welcome in the Michigan State Spartans here on a picture-perfect Friday night for baseball, just moments away from first pitch, and what is supposed to be a very experienced and a very fun UNLV team going to be this season. 20-13 last year. They were 15-12 in Mountain West play overall. Rebels picked to finish second in the Mountain West by the Mountain West coaches poll, as the Rebels will start a transfer on the mound tonight. Josh Ibarra from Cal Irvine will get the start this evening. The right-hander from Chino, California, the senior starting atop the mound. We'll get you through his numbers in just a moment. Defensively behind him, it's Diego Alarcon manning the hot corner at third base. Darian Williams at second. The first baseman Austin Pfeiffer will be rotating in and out. Gianni Horvat, the freshman out of Southern California, will get this start as a true freshman at shortstop. A very quick batter batting in the 9-hole for Stan Stolte in his 6th year at the helm of the Rebels program. Austin Krizik, James Gamble, and Rylan Charles, the outfield from left to right, with Eric Bajani doing the catching behind home plate. The Rebels rocking the home white on white with the black pinstripe uniforms, black hats, and black socks for those like Ibarra that have them pulled up. Meanwhile, for Michigan State, they're led by their 14th-year skipper, Jake Boss Jr. Spartans played an exclusively Big Ten schedule last year, 17-27 overall. Again, the Big Ten only schedule due to COVID. Trent Farquhar leading things off, the second baseman batting from the left side as Ibarra misses wide to get the outing started. 6:07 time of first pitch, a picture-perfect 64 degrees. The third baseman Alarcon shades in as Farquhar swings, drives one well to center field. Heading back is Gamble on his horse. It's going to skip over his head and bounce off the base of the wall for a leadoff stand-up double for Trent Farquhar. And the Michigan State Spartans getting their game started in a swinging fashion, if you will. Mitch Jebb, the shortstop, will bat second for Jake Boss Jr. and the Michigan State Spartans. The shortstop, Jebb, all Big Ten freshman team last year. Zaid Walker batting third, will play in right field with Reese Trahey, first baseman, hitting out of the cleanup spot. Brian Brecker, the catcher making his first career start, will bat in the 5-hole with Jack Frank, the DH. Casey Myers batting seventh, number 7 in the lineup as well out in left field. Dylan Kark, the third baseman, will hit 8th for Michigan State, and Peter Ahn rounds out the lineup and will play in center field. Josh Ibarra, 2-2 with a 4.03 earned run average last year with the Anteaters of Cal Irvine. He works out of the stretch here early with the freshman Horvat keeping an eye on the runner Farquhar. Ibarra deals. This one swung on and hit out of play down the third base side. Ibarra in 21 outings, pitched 29 innings, mostly in relief last year for the Anteaters. 16 runs, 13 of them earned. He fanned 26 batters and walked 9. Ibarra wearing number 51, standing 6'1", 205 pounds. Again, the right-handed throwing senior. He'll come set with the glove held at the chest. Takes a look to second, now to the dish. 1-0 pitch is hit high in the air. Playable for Gamble in right center field. Center fielder settles underneath it. The runner Farquhar tagging up at second. He's going to try for third. Gamble's throw cut off by the shortstop Horvat. So Jebb flies out to center field, but does the job, so to speak, moving the runner Farquhar up 90 feet from second to third base. Game's first run 90 feet away. It's Zaid Walker, right-handed batting right fielder, batting in the 3-hole tonight. Walker was one of 5 Spartans to play in 40 or more games last year in return. He didn't just play, he started every game last year. Walker hit .308, a trio of home runs and 31 RBIs. Corner infielders are in. Middle infield back as Ibarra snaps off a big breaking curveball. In for a strike at the knees and a right-on-right matchup. Our umpiring crew tonight, back to a 4-man crew. One of the many changes here in 2022 as far as the umpires, the schedule, a lot of things returning back to normal, so to speak, here in the NCAA. Walker swings and fouls a fastball back into the mid of Eric Bajani. It's Alberto Ruiz calling balls and strikes, the crew chief behind home plate. Michael Blindsey at first. Dax Upton, second base umpire, currently in shallow left field. And John Cascato straddling the third base line. The count 0-2. Ibarra set. He deals. Way outside as Bajani has to sway to his right down to the knees to keep it in front of him. 0-2 waste pitch for Ibarra. Talked with a number of the UNLV coaching staff before the game. So they really like what they see out of Ibarra, who will feature a fastball in the low 90s, 90 to 93 or so. A looping curveball along with the slider. Every now and then he'll mix in a changeup. There's the curveball. It misses outside. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zaid Walker in 44 games, 44 starts last year, had 52 hits and 169 at-bats. Deep around the infield with the exception of the first baseman Pfeiffer. 2-2 pitch from Ibarra is tapped straight back to the screen as Zaid Walker able to stay alive. Talking with Stan Stolte and Kevin Higgins, among other members of the coaching staff pregame, they said they really like the depth of this UNLV team. Again, picked to finish second in the Mountain West behind heated rival Nevada, picked to win the Mountain West Conference this year. Those matchups here at Early Wilson are going to be so much fun coming down the stretch. Walker swings and misses. Bajani able to squeeze it. First strikeout of the game is Zaid Walker for the second out, rather, here in the top half of the first inning. Still scoreless. Farquhar, who led the game off with a double, still awaiting on third. That'll bring up Reese Trahey, the left-handed batter.
The first baseman, number 15, Reese Trahey.
Trahey played sparingly last year, 15 hits and 68 at-bats, .221 batting average overall. Right on left matchup with 2 down. First pitch from Ibarra is in the dirt. Good job by Bajani to keep it in front of him. The batter Trahey was looking down to third. Farquhar stays put 90 feet away from scoring the game's first run. Rebels will feature a veteran lineup here early on in the season. As Ibarra's pitch is swung on, hit high to left field. Tracking it is the left fielder Krizik, communicating with James Gamble in center. It'll be the left fielder, Austin Krizik, to make the grab. So far, so good for Josh Ibarra, able to recover after the leadoff double. Hit the base of the wall in center field from Farquhar. He's stranded on third. The Rebels coming to bat for the first time in the 2022 season when we return. A scoreless top half of the first spun up by Josh Ibarra. Now it'll be up to the Rebel bats to try to get something going here in the bottom of the first inning. Still scoreless on our opening night matchup between the Michigan State Spartans and the UNLV Rebels. Matt and Everett welcoming you back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, however you may be tuned in. Either on the UNLV YouTube page or on the UNLV Athletics app. Leading things off will be the right fielder Rylan Charles up against Zach Iverson. Making his first start in 2 years, the tall right-hander deals high in a right-on-left matchup that starts out 1 ball, no strikes. Iverson, right-hander with an 0-2 record last year and a 7.45 earned run average. Tosses a breaking ball that tips off the mitt of the catcher Brian Brecker and back to the screen. Count 2 balls and no strikes to the leadoff man Rylan Charles. Tall right-hander Iverson at 6'3", deals out of the full wind. Fastball clipping the inner third in the low 90s. Called for strike 1. Iverson wearing number 32, a native of Charlotte, North Carolina. 6'3", 210-pound senior. Charles deposits this one into the left field bleacher seats. Count from 2 balls, no strikes to 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rylan Charles. Great job as a freshman last year. Rylan Charles, a .306 batter in 162 at-bats overall. 1 home run, 9 RBIs. The Rebels 20-13 in the 2021 campaign. Infield shifted to the right. 3 men on the right side of the infield as Charles swings and knocks the breaking ball straight back. Foul ball keeps the count at 2-2. It's Reese Trahey, first baseman, deep in the hole and hugging the line. Trent Farquhar, the second baseman, in shallow right with the shortstop Mitch Jebb sliding over. Third baseman Dylan Kark, the only man all alone on the left side. As Charles hits one in that direction, a spinner grabbed by the third baseman Kark. Throw off the back foot is not in time. Charles called safe. First base umpire Michael Blincy said that the foot came off the bag as Trahey just couldn't quite hold it. And Rylan Charles will reach on an infield base hit to get the ball game started. So both leadoff men reaching via the base hit here in their respective halves of the first inning.
Number 6, Diego Alarcon.
Diego Alarcon, a looming presence in the right-handed batter's box. An outstanding season in his first year with the Rebels last year, a .336 hitter. 2 bombs, 24 RBIs for the 6'1" senior from Lenox, California. Watches the first pitch for a called strike. Alarcon batting second, playing third. It's a great spot in the lineup for his skill set. He does have home run power, but it's the gap-to-gap doubles power. 15 of those last year. Great plate discipline as well as he takes a fastball high to even the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alarcon, along with Darian Williams and Eric Bajani, selected to the preseason All-Mountain West team. 3 returners from last year. Big things expected out of all of them. Charles off first. Alarcon swings and hits one in the air. Foul and well out of plate on the right field line. Ibarra was able to get through the first inning scoreless. Gave up the leadoff double to Trent Farquhar, and then a couple of flyouts and a strikeout later. Here we are, scoreless here in the bottom of the first inning. Charles goes from first. The pitch is high. Throw down from Brecker is a good one. It's in time, and it's safe. Called safe as the second baseman Farquhar went to apply the tag. The throw beat him there. Bang, bang play as Charles, given credit for his first stolen base and his first attempt of the year. Taking a look at the replay, he was able to get that arm out. A Javi Baez-esque swim move, and now the manager, Jake Boss Jr., out to have a conversation. Looks like he's talking with Dax Upton, the second base umpire, who had the call. So Charles, who stole 1 base in 2 tries last year, 1 for 1 here to get the campaign started. This was not a Rebel team that stole many bases last year. It just wasn't a part of the game plan. Manager Boss still talking with the umpire in front of the third base dugout. And we're seeing this more now in all levels of baseball, especially at second base, where with the head first slide, a lot more guys are moving that left hand like Rylan Charles did there. So great job by Charles to reach scoring position, still with nobody out. Alarcon in a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Rebels only stole 15 bases in 21 tries a season ago in 33 games rather. Pitcher Iverson set his 2-2. Swung on, hit straight back as Alarcon will live to see another one. It's Austin Krizik waiting behind him, the left fielder who bats from the right side. Hank Zeisler, designated hitter. Really intriguing story, really powerful batter. Transferred from Division III Chapman College. More on him in a moment. Darian Williams to follow, James Gamble afterwards, and Eric Bajani, the catcher, bats 7th. The 2-2 to Alarcon. Swung on and missed. Iverson snaps off a curveball. Way early on it was Diego, and the first strikeout of the game for Iverson comes for the first out here in the first inning.
The left fielder, number 47, Austin Krizik.
Krizik digs into the right-handed batter's box. Rounding out the lineup, it's Austin Pfeiffer playing at first base and batting 8th, and Gianni Horvat, freshman shortstop, true freshman, batting 9th. Charles is off second base. Farquhar and Jeb, both middle infielders, shading towards the bag, deep everywhere else. First pitch in a right-on-right matchup is a slider, watched outside, called for a ball. Krizik, a player here for Stan Stolte that does a lot of things well. Plays a good left field, retired the final out of that 4-batter top of the first inning. No batting gloves and the old school look for Krizik. Long look to second for Iverson. Tries to go through the front door with the slider, but it stays inside, called for ball 2. Krizik wears number 47, 5'8", $185. Graduated from Centennial High School here in Las Vegas. Outfield shaded deep, no wind to speak of. Here on a picture-perfect Friday night, 64 degrees at the time of first pitch. As Krizik rips one down the third base side, but it's foul, just past third base coach Kevin Higgins. Longtime stalwart in that coaching box here at Early Wilson Stadium. Krizik, easy to say, hard to spell. K-R-Y-S-Z-C-Z-U-K. Stares down Iverson as the Michigan-born right-hander comes set. 2-1 is way up and way out. The catcher, Brian Brecker, making his first start. Had to spring up out of the squat to keep that one from going to the backstop. Krizik has worked himself into a nice hitter's count here. 3 balls and a strike, looking for something to drive. Pitch taken at the letters. Well-placed fastball. That's the kind of pitch, though, that Krizik likely was looking to drive there. He's a good low ball hitter. Goes down and gets it out of the dirt well. The lights are on here. A good crowd in attendance. Really, really good to see fans back here at Early Wilson Stadium after the last couple of years. Krizik drives one on the ground through the left side of the infield. They're going to wave Charles to the plate. The left fielder Mays comes up firing. It's cut off by the shortstop. And the UNLV Rebels have their first lead of the 2022 season. An RBI base hit for Austin Krizik, scoring Ryland Charles from second base. Great piece of 2-strike hitting for Krizik. Did not try to do too much. Took it where it was pitched on the inner half. And just had enough oomph on it to roll it through that left side of the infield. After he drove in 23 runs last year, Krizik won at bat, 1 RBI this year. He's on first base now with 1 out. It's Hank Zeisler stepping into the left-handed batter's box. Zeisler, 5'10", 215-pound senior out of California. Checks the swing in his first Rebel at bat. Takes a called strike over the middle to get it started. Zeisler absolutely dominated for 4 years at Division III Chapman in Southern California, to the tune of a .334 batting average over 4 more or less full seasons due to COVID shutdowns in 2020. He swings through another heater, this one high and tight. Here's the count, 0-2. Talking with Kevin Higgins pregame about just how they were able to get in contact with Zeisler, who again dominated at the D3 level, but it's not a transition that you see often. So that he played on the same summer league team in the Northwoods League as former Rebel Jack Thomas Wald, now with the Mets. He watches up here. Good watch on 0-2. He batted in front of Jack Thomas Wald all summer in the Northwoods League. Actually batted almost 60 points higher in the batting average. It was enough to get the conversation started, and now Zeisler's here in Las Vegas. 1-2 pitch, hit in the air the other way on a line. Going towards the line is Mays as the left fielder, able to track it down on a ball tailing away from him. Great play. It was due to the jump. Had a great jump on it. Krizik back to first as Zeisler lines out in his first at-bat in a UNLV uniform. And that'll bring up a Darian Williams.
Second baseman, number 2, that's Darian Williams.
Williams, a preseason All-Mountain West selection. Lofty goals here for UNLV in the 2022 campaign. A right-on-right matchup with 2 outs, runner on first base. Pitching backwards is Iverson. Spins a curveball in over the inner half. Called for strike 1 to Williams. 6'1", 205-pounder. Las Vegas native. Graduated from Rancho High School. The junior watches as Iverson snaps one down to first base. Good throw, but low. As Krizik able to slide back in head first and safely. Mentioned earlier when Charles stole second base that the Rebels had 15 swipes all of last year. Krizik had 3 of them total. Was not thrown out. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Here's the 0-1. Big swing. Goes right through it for Darian Williams. Quickly down, no balls and 2 strikes. A couple of outs on the board. Plenty of real estate for him as the left fielder Mays is shaded away from the line. And the second baseman Farquhar almost on top of second base guarding against the steal. The first baseman Trahey holding on. 0-2 waste pitch goes up and outside, called for ball 1 as Williams saw it out of the hand. Last year, Williams a .360 batter, 6 home runs, 25 driven in. 4 doubles and 1 triple. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. The slider tailing away from him fooled him, but the damage done. Ryland Charles leads the bottom half of the first inning off with a single, steals second, and is brought around on an Austin Krizik RBI single. And after 1 inning of play, it's UNLV 1, Michigan State 0.
Bottom of the first inning.
Josh Ibarra back on the mound for UNLV, this time with the lead, thanks to an RBI base hit from Austin Krizik, scoring Ryland Charles from second base. Ibarra, who struck out 1 batter in the first inning of work, faces off against the number 5, 6, and 7 spots in the lineup for Michigan State. First pitch in for a strike to the right-handed batting catcher Brian Brecker. Brecker spelled B-R-O-E-C-K-E-R. It was a great piece of 2-strike hitting by Krizik in the home half of the first inning. His fastball misses low to even the count at a ball and a strike. It was a 3-2 pitch to Krizik that he just kind of fisted through the left side of the infield. Did the job with the speedy Charles, rounding third and scoring easily. He was going to go whether Kevin Higgins was waving him or not. Laid around on the heater is Brecker as he fouls this one straight back. Brecker wearing number 19 for Michigan State. 6'2", 197-pound redshirt freshman out of Chicago. A young team for Michigan State this year. A lot of freshmen. Not many transfers. UNLV did a great job in the transfer market. That one called for strike 3. Froze him at the knees. Brecker set down looking. And Ibarra, maintaining his momentum, now has retired 4 straight Michigan State batters.
21, Jack Frank.
1 out, nobody on for Jack Frank, serving as a designated hitter this evening. Frank, the left-handed batter. 5'11" sophomore out of Strongsville, Ohio. Batting from the left side as he watches a fastball in the low 90s called for a strike. Painting the black there was Ibarra. Pitched in 21 games with Cal Irvine in the 2021 season. 29 innings. He struck out 26 and walked just 9. A strike zone filler if there ever was one. As Frank hits this one in the air to left field. That'll find the seats and clear the bullpen. Michigan State down the third base line in their green tops, gray road pants, and the green caps. No balls, 2 strikes, the count to the designated hitter. 64 bats a season ago. He was a .266 hitter. No home runs and 7 driven in. Swings and misses. That one way up and way out. He had no shot. Frank set down on strikes. Back-to-back punch-outs for Ibarra. Have 2 outs on the board. So far, so good here in the top of the second inning.
The left fielder, number 33, Casey Mays.
Number 7 batter in the lineup is Casey Mays. The left fielder made an athletic catch on a Hank Zeisler line drive in the home half of the first inning. Third baseman Alarcon is shaded in and away from the line. Left-handed batter watches a first pitch fastball down from Ibarra. A lot to like for Ibarra. He was the first pitcher that we saw in the Meet the Rebels event last week. Snapped off a couple of great curveballs in his 1 inning of work. This one's chopped on the ground. Getting in front of it is the first baseman, Pfeiffer. He dives for the bag himself, and he's out. What a play by Austin Pfeiffer, not only to keep that one in front of him. I was going to say it and then win the foot race. It was not a foot race. Crawling to the bag is Pfeiffer. He's able to slap it on top for the final out of a 1-2-3 second inning. Ibarra, Sterling here in the second. We'll be back with the bottom of the second inning from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Rebels lead the Michigan State Spartans 1-0. Matt and Everett welcoming you back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on opening night. First of a 4-game set between the Spartans and the Rebels. These two sides have played 12 times before tonight. Every matchup here at Earl E. Wilson. It'll be James Gamble to lead off the bottom half of the second inning as he swings and lines the first pitch he sees out of play down the right field line. Gamble, Bajani, Pfeiffer, numbers 6, 7, and 8 in Stan Stolte's lineup. 3-man shift on the left side of the infield against the right-handed batting center fielder. Watches a curveball outside from Zach Iverson, who punched out 2 in the first, but gave up a run on 2 hits. Meanwhile, Josh Ibarra in the top of the second inning. Back-to-back punch-outs to get the frame started. And then Austin Pfeiffer made this circus play at first base. Got the body in front of a big hopping ball and then was able to recover in time. Grab it, dive towards the bag on a bang-bang play that was ruled out. Ended in a 1-2-3 inning. Gamble takes outside. Count now 3 balls and a strike. James, a .244 hitter last year. I expect to see those numbers go up a bit. 3 home runs, 14 RBIs. He's the fastest player on the team. Does have home run pop as well. Hits this one sharply on the ground through the teeth of the shift. James Gamble says, I'll see your shift and raise you one better. His speedy center fielder able to reach first. Back-to-back leadoff hits in the first 2 innings for Charles and Gamble. Leadoff man on in both frames for the Rebels. That brings up Eric Bajani with a runner on base. He was dangerous in those instances last year. 24 RBIs in his appearances. Bajani, the right-handed batter, a SoCal native, stands in. Another 3-man shift on the left side of the infield. Holding on at first is Trahey. Bajani swings at the first pitch he sees, lofts the breaking ball back to the screen. Bajani, All-Mountain West last year, preseason All-Mountain West this year. Open stance for the catcher, Bajani. As he turns away from that fastball, very nearly clocked him. He's able to somehow evade that and watch the count go a ball and 1 strike. Bajani hit .317, 4 bombs, and the aforementioned 24 RBIs last year. Also second on the club with 10 doubles behind Alarcon's 15. As far as the returners go, as Gamble's back in headfirst and safely. 56 games overall here in the 2022 season, back to a full schedule for the UNLV Rebels. 34 of those are going to be here at Earl Wilson Stadium, including a number here at the beginning of the schedule. Beautiful weather outside. Gianni watches away, right on right matchup, moves to 2 balls and a strike. The only scheduled doubleheader of the year, right off the bat. We'll get it tomorrow starting at 1:05. It'll be Noah Beal starting game 1 for the Rebels. Gamble takes off as Bajani taps this one straight back. So the foul ball will send Gamble back to first base. Mentioned earlier that it was back to normal in a lot of ways. A number of games, the umpiring crew, even the schedule. We got a more normal Friday, Saturday, Sunday slate, especially once the Rebels get into conference play. That'll kick off on March 11th against San Diego State. Here's the 2-2 to Bajani. Catcher checks the swing. They're going to appeal down to first base. Michael Blincy says no, he did not. Able to hold up on the check swing is Bajani. Called ball 3 brings the count full. The final game of this set will be 9-inning contest Sunday at noon. Right here on the UNLV YouTube page and the UNLV Athletics app. Gamble goes. 3-2 payoff pitch is called strike 3. No throw down to second base as Gamble given credit for his first steal. Bajani couldn't believe it. He thought he had ball 4 instead. It's the 3rd punch out for Zach Iverson here through an inning and a 3rd.
First baseman, number 21, Austin Pfeiffer.
Gamble had 4 steals and 4 tries last year for somebody with his speed. He didn't take off much. Again, that was not part of the game plan last year for the Rebels. Obviously here switching that up early with 2 stolen bases and 2 attempts in game number 1. That'll bring up Austin Pfeiffer, the right-handed batting first baseman. Watches the knee-high heater for a called strike 1. Pfeiffer made the circus grab and the subsequent play at first base to end the top half of the 2nd inning. Now rewarded with an at-bat here in the bottom of the frame. Rebels still leading 1-0. Takes another low fastball. He disagrees, but it'll go as strike 2. Quickly behind, no balls and 2 strikes is the first baseman. Pfeiffer, big strike zone. 6'4", 200-pound Las Vegas native. Watches as Iverson comes set. A look to second. Farquhar breaks away from the bag as this one swung on and missed. Pfeiffer right through the high heater on the swing. It's the 4th strikeout for Iverson already. He had 6 in just under 10 innings all of last year. That'll bring up one of the more intriguing new stories here on the Rebels roster. It's the freshman shortstop, Gianni Horvat. I love what this kid brings to the table. Horvat, 5'11", 166-pounder out of Valencia, California. They really like what he can do at the bottom of the lineup and in the field. As Iverson steps off, looks to second, but nobody covering the bag, so Gamble saunters back in standing. What do we got here? We got Zach Iverson and the home plate umpire Alberto Ruiz having a conversation. Trying to see what the nature of this is. It looked like a pretty innocuous turn and look to second base. And Iverson keeps signaling back to second base. I believe the umpire Ruiz is saying something about a fake throw to second. Now the manager boss out there to figure out just what's going on. I think we'd like to know the same thing. I think it at this point is more of a warning than anything for Iverson and any subsequent Spartan arms that stand atop the mound in the future. Keep in mind, Gianni Horvat still hasn't seen a pitch. Now he digs back into the right side to look down to third base. Kevin Higgins giving the series of signs. Gamble off second, checked by Farquhar, the second baseman. First pitch to Horvat is a big breaking curveball. All in there for a called strike one. Typically towards the bottom of the lineup, you're going to see more fastballs, less breaking stuff at the beginning of the count. Iverson bucking that trend, reversing it here to the number 9 batter. Horvat swings at another breaking ball. Very nearly some friendly fire as Ryland Charles, the on-deck batter, had to shimmy out of the way. That thing hit just shy of the first base home side dugout here at Earl E. Wilson. A great atmosphere on hand. This is as many, if not more, fans than we've seen here in the last 2 seasons. Of course, 2 years ago, the season halted abruptly due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, a lot of protocols in place. Curveball high and outside. Big lead off a second for Gamble. He's taking a huge secondary should Horvat put something in play. UNLV still leading 1-0 thanks to the Austin Krizik RBI base hit in the first. 2 down. Gamble in scoring position off second. Singled and stole the bag to get there. So Horvat fouls one out of plate on the right field side. Asked Kevin Higgins before the game, what's the number one thing? What's the premier feature for Gianni Horvat? It was an answer that would surprise some. He said his feet. He said the way that he moves around and his quickness really makes him dynamic and gave him a shot to start here on opening night. 1-2 fastball misses high and a bit off the outside. The Charlotte native Iverson thought that was a strike, but instead the count goes deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second base here in the second inning. Farquhar keeping a half an eye at least on Gamble. Now heads back to his position as Horvat able to fight it off and deposits it beyond his own first base dugout. Iverson with 4 punch-outs through the first 8 batters. In fact, the only non-strikeout out for Iverson so far was on a Hank Zeisler line drive to left. Mays made a great play out there. The 2-2 to Horvat, taken for a called strike 3 at the knees. He knew it right away. Gamble singled to lead off the inning, stole second to get into scoring position. Bajani, Pfeiffer, and Horvat all set down on strikes to retire the side and wrap up the first time through the order for the Rebels. We'll be back top of the third inning. UNLV still leading Michigan State 1-0.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors.
The Rebels threatened in the bottom of the second inning. James Gamble, the second straight leadoff hitter for UNLV, with the base hit to get an inning started. 3 straight strikeouts wrapped up any scoring threat for Stan Stolte and the Rebels. Third inning of work for Josh Ibarra in his first appearance with UNLV begins with the 8, 9, and 1 batters in the visiting Michigan State lineup. It's Dylan Kark, the right-handed batting third baseman, to get things going. Ibarra works exclusively out of the stretch, deals a running fastball, clipping the black on the outside of home plate for a called strike 1. Mentioned the youth of this Michigan State team. They have a lot of moving pieces. Fastball snapped up just off the outer half by Bajani. Kark is one of those pieces. Just 37 at-bats a year ago. Was 8 of 37 overall. .216 batting average for the mathematicians out there. Kark with 1 home run, 6 RBIs in those limited outings. Big swing. Ibarra pulled the string on a breaking ball. Well, early was Kark. And the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. This is the first of a 4-game series this weekend. Michigan State visiting Earl E. Wilson. Got to Las Vegas on Wednesday. Practiced here at Earl E. yesterday. Leading into the 4-game set. Curveball down, called for a ball. 2-2 the count to Kark. Waiting on deck is the center fielder Peter On. And then the leadoff batter Trent Farquhar waiting in the hole. Number 3 batter of the inning. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, chopped on the ground to Horvat at short. He goes down to the knee, does not fielded cleanly. Able to recover in time. The throw to first just in time. Bang, bang play on the sidearm feed. Score that one 6-3 on the scorecard at home. So first opportunity for Horvat as a true freshman. Saw the eyes get as big as saucer plates, but great job of recovering after he did not field it cleanly.
Number 16, Peter On.
Strong arm throw retires the first batter of the inning. Nobody on, 1 down for Peter On, spelled A-H-N, left-handed batting center fielder. First pitch swing, high drive to left center field. Going back is Krizik. Still going back as it bounces off the base of the wall and skips towards center with Gamble picking it up. The runner rounding second, heading to third. Horvat's throw is a bit high. The tag in time. Diego Alarcon. Great job of staying home, slapping the tag on the base, and letting the runner on retire himself on a double. The putout will go 8-6-5 with Alarcon giving credit for the putout. Coaches love to see plays like this at any time, especially early. They practice this over and over and over again as far as the cutoff. It'll be ruled a double. On, thrown out 8-6-5 at first base, or third base rather. Back to the top of the lineup for Trent Farquhar. Left-handed batter. The second baseman squares to bunt. Pulls one back. And it's a called strike nonetheless. Alarcon, the third baseman, was charging heavily. Everyone else deep and straight up around the infield. Ibarra working quickly out of the stretch. Nobody on base. So 1 pitch, sky to center. Playable for Gamble as the center fielder moves in. Now has to turn around. Save face by moving back. And after what looked to be an extra base hit for Peter On, turned into a putout at third base. Josh Ibarra with another 1-2-3 inning. And he's set down the side in order over the last 2 innings. We'll be back top of the lineup to get us going in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The score still UNLV 1, Michigan State nothing. Back-to-back 1-3 innings, or 1-2-3 innings, I should say, for Josh Ibarra and the UNLV Rebels. Still on top of the Michigan State Spartans, 1-0 as we enter into the home half of the third. Rylan Charles, Diego Alarcon, and Austin Krizik, top three batters of the lineup and of the inning, up against Zach Iverson here in his third inning of work. Left-handed batting right fielder Charles takes a first pitch fastball, knee high, and a called strike. Alberto Ruiz, our home plate umpire this evening. Charles singled, stole second, and was able to score the game's first and only run thus far back in the first inning. Pops this one, a corkscrew shot straight back into the seats to move the count 0-2 to Charles. Charles had a great freshman year, had plenty of opportunities, played himself into a starting role towards the end of the season in right field, ended up hitting .306 in his first year. Three-man shift on the right as he goes down, takes a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. It's already the sixth punch-out for Zach Iverson, the K artist on the night. Has struck out 4 straight batters, including the final 3 in the second inning. Preseason All-Mountain West selection, Diego Alarcon strides in, working his way around to the right-handed batter's box from the first base home side. He struck out swinging, was the game's first punch-out back in the home half of the first. Alarcon watches breaking ball down, called for a strike. Alarcon, a .336 hitter a year ago. As the hands held close to the chest as Iverson deals. Another swing and a miss from Alarcon. Another breaking ball moving away from him. Iverson, at least here early on in the bottom of the third inning, rather, not afraid to throw that breaking ball in any count. He's thrown it beginning of at-bats. He's thrown it for strikeouts already. Misses outside with the fastball here. Move the count of 0-2 to Diego. Alarcon, who transferred from Cypress Community College, the Anaheim native, made an impact immediately last year. Swings at the high fastball. Can't catch up to the heat. Make it 5 straight strikeouts for Iverson and 7 out of the game's first 8 outs. Iverson had 6 punch-outs all of last year. He's already usurped his total on opening night. So 2 outs, nobody on. Brings in Austin Krizik. Only RBI thus far was his base hit through the left side of the infield back in the first inning. Iverson continues to pound the strike zone. Gets ahead of Krizik with the fastball that's called for a strike. No batting gloves for Krizik, who stands tall. Watches another pitch on the outer half. Called for strike 2 quickly. 0-2 count. Again, 5 straight punch-outs for Iverson. After Gamble led off the second with a base hit, Bajani, Pfeiffer, Horvat struck out. Charles and Alarcon both set down swinging here in the third. This one's put in play, right back up the middle. Second base hit of the game for Austin Krizik as it's scooped up in center by On. Krizik very nearly took the head off of Iverson. Let's take a look at Krizik just kind of sticking the bat head out. Again, such a smart batter. Doesn't try to do too much. Went down, took that one where it was pitched over the heart of the plate. Sent it right back where it came from, up the middle. So Krizik 2 for 2. He's got 2 out of the 4 hits for the Rebels in total. Meanwhile, Ibarra has given up 2 hits. They've both been for extra bases. Neither has advanced or scored. Brings up Zeisler. Hank Zeisler, the left-handed batting DH, who swings at the first pitch, rolls it to the right side of the infield. A big hop for the second baseman Farquhar, but he fields it, turns to first, and fires in time. So it's not a strikeout to end the inning, but Zach Iverson with 7 punch-outs already. With that, we've played 3. UNLV leading Michigan State by a 1-0 score.
The shortstop.
Top of the fourth, coming up from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Matt and Everett welcoming you back. However you may be tuned in, we appreciate you. Mitch Jebb, the shortstop, to lead things off, 2, 3, and 4. Do well for Michigan State against Josh Ibarra. So far, so good for the right-hander. No runs on 2 hits thus far allowed. He's struck out 3. Neither pitcher has walked a batter as of yet through 3 innings full. Left-handed hitter flied out to gamble in center back in the first inning. Squares to bunt, pulls it back on a changeup that misses outside from Ibarra. I'm mentioning we're in the middle of the first game of a 4-game series. Rebels will head to St. George, Utah to take on Dixie State in a one-off game at 3:05 Pacific time on Tuesday. Ibarra misses up and away. Next matchup here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium will be on the 1st of March when the Utes of Utah come to Las Vegas for another one-off Tuesday game. Next weekend series will be Cal Poly on the 4th, 5th, and 6th of March, just prior to NCAA tournament time. This one's bunted down the third base line. It's a good one. Alarcon's throw to first base is not nearly in time. Jebb taking advantage of the third baseman staying back behind the bag after he had shown bunt earlier in that bat. So that'll be a base hit for Jebb. Base hit for Jebb, his first hit of this game and of the season. It's the first non-double hit allowed by Ibarra. Farquhar led the game off with a double straight away to center field, and then On had a double to left center that ended in the 8-6-5 putout on the great relay. So 1 on, nobody out, no change for Ibarra, though. He only works from the stretch atop the mound. Zaid Walker in from the right side. Takes a fastball out. Struck out swinging in his first at-bat, the first of now 3 punch-outs for Ibarra. Walker, a .308 hitter, and 44 games, all starts last year. He played almost every inning of every game for the Spartans. Quick throw to first base, not in time. Back in headfirst and safely is Jebb, who stole 4 games last year, or stole 4 bases, I should say, last year. Rebels will begin conference play against San Diego State in Southern California on March 11th, a 3-game set there before Air Force Falcons come to Las Vegas on March 18th, 19th, and 20th. So that one bounced into the first baseman, Pfeiffer, but he's able to keep it in front of him. One of the highlights of the season, March 29th, the Arizona State Sun Devils come to Las Vegas. Foul ball straight back for Walker, and that game will be at Las Vegas Ballpark out in Summerlin, home of the Las Vegas Aviators. It was a highly anticipated game last year that was canceled due to COVID-19 related pauses in both programs, and was and still will be one of the highlights of the year. Tickets are going to go on sale shortly for that one. Another throw to first. They're keeping a close eye on Mitch Jebb. He's able to get back in headfirst and safely. The first of 3 matchups against the Wolfpack of Nevada come April 9th, 10th, and 11th. As Ibarra misses, count 2 balls and 1 strike to Walker. Matchups between the Rebels and the Wolfpack always contentious. This year, maybe even more so, as the top 2 teams preseason as selected by the Mountain West coaches. Of course, the season ends May 19th, 20th, and 21st here against San Diego State as Walker swings through a heater. He can't catch up in the count, even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mountain West tournament begins May 27th through the 29th. College World Series, June 16th through the 27th. Another throw to first, and Jebb just getting peppered with pickoff attempts over at first base. He's back in safely once again. Ibarra set, 2-2 pitch, runner goes, chopped to third base, right to Alarcon, who gloves, looks to second, and is only placed at first base, and he delivers a strike in time, so Jebb will not get credit for a steal there. Instead, Walker grounds out 5-3 on the scorecard. Puts a runner in scoring position with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Rebels still on top by a 1-0 score. First baseman Reese Trahey due in. He flied out to left field to end the threat in the 4-batter first inning. Just taking a look down Both bullpens, no action either way. Wouldn't expect it with both pitchers efficient in this pitcher's duel early on. Shortstop Horvat keeping an eye on the runner off second. A changeup high, called for a ball. 4-pitch mix for Ibarra, a fastball in the 90 to 93 range. Features his curveball often, his slider some, and his changeup sparingly. But does have all 4 pitches in the arsenal. Looks to second. Here's his 1-0. Swung on and ripped straight back our direction behind home plate, and that evens up the count across the board at 1. He was a .221 batter last year. 6 extra base hits, they were all doubles. Rests the bat on the left shoulder. No batting gloves for him. Big-bodied first baseman watches as the right-hander Ibarra set. Long look to second. 1-1 pitch bounced in. Good job by Eric Bajani to keep it in front. Obviously the bat there for Eric Bajani, and had a tough choice to make after last year, in which Jack Thomas walled, drafted by the Mets. Bajani, the next draft projected player, if you will, but he's back, and the glove is a real plus for Bajani, especially blocking behind home plate. Nice looking breaking ball that settles in the heart of home plate, right over the middle for a called strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trahey, a 6'3" junior out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. A lot of Michiganders on this Spartans roster. And again, a young team, just 9 upperclassmen, 28 freshmen and sophomore, including 13 true freshmen. Ibarra comes set with the left foot, tapping in front of the right. Horvat backs off at second, and the 2-2 changeup misses outside. Ibarra starting to mix in the changeup here in the second time through the batting order. Didn't really see it much, if at all, in the first time through, but Trahey, the cleanup batter, in for his second attempt, has seen 2 changeups in this at-bat alone. Running changeup with some arm side tail away from the left-handed batter. Here's the 3-2 payoff pitch. Check swing, it's called ball 4. Now on breaking into the batter is Trahey. Works the game's first base on balls with 1 out and a runner on in the top half of the 4th inning. UNLV still leading by a run. The first inning RBI single from Austin Krizik has been the only offense for either side.
The catcher, Brian Brecker.
So Brecker, the catcher, steps in with double play active anywhere around the infield, with Jeb on second, plenty of speed, Trahey on first, with no hold on. It's Pfeiffer standing behind him. Ibarra deals. Pitching backwards, the breaking ball in for a strike to Brecker, who struck out swinging in his, or rather looking in his first and only at bat to lead off the second. Three punch outs overall for Ibarra. It's the second baseman, Darian Williams, keeping tabs on Jeb. Ibarra's pitch is tapped straight back to the screen. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes that count to Brecker. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iverson with 7 punch-outs, already eclipsing his total from last year, in which he pitched sparingly, but the point remains. Mentioned the inexperience on this Michigan State team overall. They played a total of 44 games. They have just 5 players who played in over 40 of them, so this has been a 2-year thing for them. They haven't played a full schedule since 2018 as well. Played only Big Ten games last year. Sticks the bat head out, and Brecker able to stay alive by depositing one into the UNLV dugout. So again, yeah, the Spartans did not play a non-conference slate in the 2021 season. Just 44 games against Big Ten rivals. And of course, just like everybody else, had their season paused and ultimately canceled in 2019. The manager, Jake Boss, said that he was very excited to get back to a full schedule. I'm sure many coaches are. 2-strike pitch, hit the other way in the air, dropping to right field, picked up by Charles. The runner off second did not tag. It'll be a double play. Score that one 9-6. So Brecker, who ended up driving that ball farther than it might have looked off the bat, fooled Jeb, who did not tag up, thrown out at second, 9-6 on the put-out double play to end the inning. We're through 3.5 innings. Back with the bottom of the fourth, Darian Williams to lead things off. It's the Rebels 1 and the Spartans nothing. Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics and your official home of Rebels on the road. With over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 4 Valley locations, there's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. My favorite's the one on West Flamingo. Matt and Everett back with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. UNLV leading Michigan State by a run in the opening game of the 2022 campaign. First game of a 4-game series here on opening weekend. Williams, Gamble, Bajani, 5, 6, and 7 in the UNLV lineup to lead things off against Zach Iverson. The Charlotte, North Carolina native deals a knee-high fastball in for a strike to Darian Williams, who struck out swinging to end the threat in the scoring first inning. Again, Austin Krizik drove in Ryland Charles from second. That's been the only offense either way. So Darian pops this one up, foul territory right side. The catcher Brecker is going to run out of room and watch it drop into the 6th row beyond the first base home side dugout. These 3 batters here to lead off the 4th inning are going to be a major part of this UNLV offense this season. You got a guy in Williams who batted .360, came on strong at the end of last year. He was the second half MVP, if you will, for UNLV. Stands close to the plate from the right side as he turns away from the heater up by his jaw. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to E. Gamble at 244. I would like to see that number go up. He's definitely capable of it. Fast hands and a good bat path on a short swing. Williams chops this one up the middle, backhanded by the pitcher Iverson, who turns, fires a sidearm flip to first base in time. A 1-3 put out, retires Zadarian for the first out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Brings up James Gamble, nobody on in front of him. Watches as the second baseman Farquhar will shift to the left side of the infield. He's almost on top of second base. The shortstop, Jeb, equidistant between second and third. As Gamble squares to bunt, he pulls it back on a fastball that misses way up. The third baseman, Kark, starts even with the bag. He was creeping hard on the bunt attempt. All alone on the right side is the first baseman, Trahey. Out of the full wind, it's Iverson missing inside. Pitcher lifts the glove over the head, deals once again as Gamble has to get out of the way. Somehow evaded that one. That was about waist high. And the count, 3 balls, no strikes. None of them have been particularly close. Iverson walked just 2 batters in almost 10 innings of work last year. Served as the predominant closer late in the year. Watching all the way on 3-0. Gamble takes a knee-high heater, called for a strike. Waiting on deck is Eric Bajani, who hits so well with runners on. 3-1 pitch, high and tight yet again, so Gamble reaches after neither pitcher walked a batter for 3 innings each. Both Iverson and Josh Ibarra in the top of the inning walked their first batter. They'll bring up the catcher, Eric Bajani.
Eric Bajani.
Bajani, one of the strikeout victims for Iverson so far. Took a backwards K on the scorecard back in the second. Gamble, big lead off of first as Bajani swings, hits it sky high but straight back. The catcher Brecker making a run for it, and again runs out of room as it bounces into the 4th row. Eric Bajani, lofty expectations into this season. He was named All-Mountain West preseason team for the 2nd straight year. He was ranked by D1 Baseball, college baseball publication, as the number 49 catcher in the country. Top 50 catcher here in Las Vegas. Bajani, no stranger to the awards. All Mountain West last year. Was a semi-finalist for the Buster Posey National Catcher of the Year back in 2021. 0-1 pitch popped up to the right side. That'll be into the seats. Nice grab. A fun house in attendance tonight as the man made a grab without the glove. Sign him up. Gamble still threatening off of first base. Mentioned during his last at-bat that he did not run a lot last year, just 4-4. Stolen base attempts. I remember Kevin Higgins telling me preseason that they thought he was the fastest player in the country. That could still very well be true. Eric takes a letter-high fastball, called for ball 1. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to the backstop. Be interested to see who Stan Stolte and the coaching staff uses as the secondary catcher. Obviously, as a catcher, you can't play every game. It's too physical a position. Meanwhile, Gamble goes. Bajani fouls one out of play. Clears the seats down the right field line. Rebels, of course, loading up on catchers this year. Enrique Bennett figures to get some of the playing time. Gavin Mez, a Bishop Gorman product from right here in town. Cole Andavolgi and Chase Gallegos, the other 2 catchers on the roster. 5 total rostered by Stolte. Ground ball pulled to the third base side. Grabbed on the second hop by Kevin Higgins, third base coach. Gives the series of signs to Bajani as he digs back in from the right side. No runs on 3 hits for the Spartan. A run on 4 base knocks for UNLV. They've all been base hits. Snap throw goes to first base. Gamble back in head first and safely. First baseman Trahey had that one pop in and out of the glove. Of course, we're here on opening night for the Rebels. It's opening night around the country for a lot of teams. A handful of teams have been playing for a couple of days now, but the recognized opening day is another throw to first is low and late. Gamble easily back in. Nice long at-bat work by Bajani, as there is action in the Michigan State bullpen. 2-strike pitch inside. Gamble took off. The catcher Brecker did not field it cleanly. So Gamble wreaking havoc on the base paths early on. He's already halfway to his 2021 total with 2 steals in his first 2 at-bats. No throw for Gamble. He had it easily, even if there was. So now a runner in scoring position for Bajani, who watched a called ball 2 to even up the count. Every team in the Mountain West in action tonight. Iverson comes set. A right-hander looks to second base. Bajani pokes one off the end of the bat to left. Heading towards the warning track is Mays. Left fielder won't get it. Or does grab it, rather, on the base of the wall. Just saw a cloud of smoke come up. Mays has made a couple of those plays tonight. Great jump and was able to track it down. That ball just kind of kept carrying off the bat of Bajani. Ended up striking it well, 335 feet to the left field fence, and 340, and that's gone.
First baseman Austin Pfeiffer.
So Bajani skies out to left field. Great play by Mays. Back to second base is Gamble. Austin Pfeiffer due in. 2 outs and a runner in scoring position on second. Big swing and a miss from Fife as he's behind 0-1. A couple of games involving Mountain West teams already final, including a drubbing in surprise Arizona. It was Oregon State demolishing the Lobos of New Mexico. Oregon State 21-1 winners. Curve ball clipping the outer half of the zone, called for a strike. Pfeiffer watching all the way. Iowa also downed Air Force by a 12-2 score in Charleston, South Carolina. 21 runs for Oregon State on 20 hits. They put up an 11 spot in the 8th inning. Count 0-2 to Pfeiffer. Iverson deals. Right-hander's pitch hit in the air. Charging is the right fielder Walker. Zaid Walker in fair territory. Makes the catch straddling the right field line. So James Gamble reaches base once again. Yet again steals second. Is stranded there after Bajani and Pfeiffer pop out to left and right respectively. We've played 4. It's the Rebels leading the Michigan State Spartans by a 1-0 score. Back at Earl E. Wilson Stadium in a moment. Back with the top of the 5th inning. It's the Rebels leading the Michigan State Spartans by a 1-0 score. Matt Never welcoming you back here on opening day. It'll be Jack Frank to lead things off. Right-handed or left-handed batting designated hitter up against Josh Ibarra. So far so good for the right-hander in his first appearance in a UNLV uniform. No runs, he's surrendered 3 hits so far. First pitch swinging is Frank, demolishes this one high and deep to right. Back is Charles. Right fielder runs out of room as Frank puts the Spartans on the board with a moonshot home run to right field, and we're tied at 1. Frank, who did not homer at all last year, got ahead of that fastball and absolutely crushed it to right. Charles ran out of room on the warning track quickly. Mobbed by his teammates as the no-doubter ties us at 1. We're back where we started. All square now at a run apiece. So Ibarra hoping to come back, and first challenge will be Casey Mays, the left fielder. Mays grounded out to Pfeiffer. His only other at bat. He squares to bunt here, pulls this one back. Bouncing ball looks like it caught the leg of Eric Bajani. Got to be a tough cat to play catcher. Of course, the padding only extends so far. You end up taking a lot of bruises and bumps to the insides of your legs. Not a lot of padding in that area. Squaring to bunt again is Mays. Drops a good one down the third base line. Alarcon with no shot. Fields it, throws it to first late. 2 very different hits to lead off the 5th inning, but they all count the same. Frank homers, Mays singles on a bunt attempt down the third base side. Base hit for Mays puts him on first base with Kark, the third baseman, standing in. The third baseman for the Rebels, Alarcon, even with the bag just in case. Double play depth up the middle with nobody out. Squaring to bunt is Kark. That pitch way down and out. Good job by Bajani to slide to his right and keep it in front of him. Kark grounded out to Gianni Horvat, the shortstop, in his only other at-bat back in the third inning. Led off what turned into a 1-2-3 frame. He's ahead, no balls, or rather 1 ball, no strikes. Throw to first is late. Head first and safely back in is Mays. A lot of other action going on around the Mountain West. San Jose State taking on Omaha in San Jose. Home game for the Spartans. New Mexico, after the 21-1 loss to Oregon State, in action right now against Gonzaga. Meanwhile, Kark pulls back the bunt attempt. It's a called strike as the count all square at 1. San Diego State taking on TCU at the MLB 4 tournament in Scottsdale, Arizona. That game on MLB Network. Nevada taking on Grand Canyon. They're currently in action in Phoenix. 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. The throw down to second as the runner broke is low, and on the third base side, no chance for Adarian Williams to apply the tag. So base hit, followed by a stolen base for Mays, has him in scoring position, still with no outs. Stolen base for Mays is his first of the year. He didn't even attempt to steal last year, so both sides reversing their base running trends from last year. Want to slip this one in last game around the Mountain West. Fresno State hosting UC Riverside in Central California. Adarian Williams keeps an eye on the bag at second. Now bounces back to his normal second base position as Kark watches a breaking ball down and outside. Call for ball 2. All square, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kark. A .216 hitter in limited action last year for Michigan State. 28 underclassmen. There are going to be a lot of rotating parts this year for Jake Boss Jr., the head coach. Bajani stabs at a ball down and outside. The catcher able to keep that low fastball from heading back to the backstop, and the count full at 3-2 with first base open. But not necessarily expect Ibarra to feed him a seed, but need to get something going with the game now tied at 1. Nobody out here in the top half of the 5th. Ibarra deals from the stretch, misses outside, wasn't going to give Kark anything to drive, so it does set up a double play anywhere around the infield. Second walk of the game for Ibarra. Kark to first, Mays still on second. That'll bring up the number 9 batter in the lineup. Peter On works his way around to the left-handed batter's box. Drove a ball well to the fence in left center back in the third inning. Tried to stretch the double into the triple. That was where he was wrong. An 8.65 put out on a great relay. Nice throw from Gianni Horvat to the third baseman Alarcon to retire On. They'll watch a first pitch low, called ball 1, as Horvat had broke towards the second base bag prior to that pitch. Bajani out from behind home plate with a series of signs for the infielders. It can be twofold, and likely letting them know what to do in case On squares around a bunt. In this situation, you likely would send Pfeiffer, the first baseman, charging hard. Alarcon would stay home at third. That'll leave Ibarra to cover the third base line. His fastball on a check swing, but it's a called strike regardless, is On has the count even at a ball and a strike. A number of different ways to defend the bunt, especially with a runner on second base. That's when it gets more complicated. Ibarra looks to second base. Moving away is Horvat. A swing and a miss on a pitch up. On behind a ball and 2 strikes now. With the bunt possibilities extremely unlikely with 2 strikes in general. Alarcon's going to back up behind the bag at third. So does Pfeiffer at first. No hold on the runner, Dylan Kark. 1-2. Swung on and missed. First punch out for Ibarra since the second inning. It's his 4th of the day, and it's a major first out here in the top half of the 5th inning. With a double play active anywhere, Ibarra conceivably 1 pitch away from getting out of this if he's able to get the leadoff man Trent Farquhar to ground into something here. Farquhar has hit 2 balls in the air in his 2 at-bats. Led the game off with a double and then popped out to center field to end what turned into a 1-2-3 third inning. Left-handed batter Farquhar watches the right-hander Ibarra. Fouls it out of plate on the left field line. Plenty of bodies down in the left field bullpen for Michigan State, but nobody up and tossing. They did matriculate down there in the middle of the game. UNLV with some action in their bullpen down the first base side. Long series of signs from Bajani as him and Josh Ibarra settle on a pitch. Right-hander fires to first base as Pfeiffer tried to backpick him, but the throw just late. Heads up base running by Dylan Kark, who walked. So southpaw getting loose for UNLV. Top the mound in the first base dugout, or the bullpen rather. A lot more moving parts in the pitching staff this year for UNLV. More on that when we get to the bullpen. Ibarra misses away here. One of the most reiterated things that Kevin Higgins and the rest of the coaching staff is excited about this year is just the overall depth, and that's especially in the pitching staff. A legitimate 10 to 12 guys that you really trust to go out there on any given day. The 1-1 outside, the infrequently used changeup by Ibarra tailed away from the left-handed batter Farquhar, and it's called for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. A run on 5 hits for Michigan State. It was a Jack Frank leadoff home run to get this very frame started. It's been their only offense. 1 run on 4 hits for UNLV. They've all been singles. Runners on first and second with 1 down. The 2-1 pitch bounced in the dirt. Bajani, picture-perfect technique to get it in front of him. You don't just go down to the knees and stick the chest out. Creates almost like a backboard surface, like a basketball backboard. You want to kind of angle it like Bajani did there. Get over top of the ball and keep it at your feet instead of any which way that the bounce would go had you be straight up. But Ibarra behind, 3 balls and a strike. With Mitch Jebb awaiting on deck. Runners on first and second base. He's going to need to come in here to Farquhar. The pitch. Taken for a called strike 2. Nicely spotted. That one just clipped the black on the outside of home plate. Farquhar does not have long arms. Listed at 5'8", $177. Bowling Green transfer. Watch that fastball that was painted on the outer half. Count full at 3-2. We'll see what the runners do with 1 out. They stay. Curveball. Tap straight down. It's ruled a foul ball by the home plate umpire Alberto Ruiz. Series of signs down the third base side for both batter and both runners. And again, we'll see if the runners get in motion on a full count. There is 1 out in a tied ball game. Horvat, the shortstop, in the pocket of the runner Mays off second. Now backs off. The runners go this time. 3-2 pitch, grounded up the middle. It's right to the second baseman, Darian Williams. Does not field it cleanly, but able to recover in time and fire one to first base to retire Farquhar. So they had no chance of a double play there with the runners set in motion. Mays and Kark advancing second and third and second, I should say, respectively. But Williams able to stay with it, even though it took a high hop in the last one, kind of bounced off the chest. Here comes Corey Vanderhook. Corey, the pitching coach for the UNLV Rebels, also the recruiting coordinator. He had a busy offseason. Talked with him about some of the ways that they make contact with these players and just the general state of college baseball now, like many other sports, with plenty of transferring, a lot of moving parts. 18 newcomers on the year for UNLV, players that were not on the roster last year. 11 of them arms, including a pair of southpaws. 3 of the 5 catchers on the roster are new. Got a trio of infielders and a duo of new outfielders. One of those new infielders starting as shortstop, Gianni Horvat. As Vanderhook finishes up the meeting with Ibarra atop the mound. Rest of the infield privy to the meeting. It's the first mound visit used by either side. 2 outs, 2 on, and the number 2 batter, Mitch Jebb, stepping in from the left side. With the lefty loose, ready to go in the bullpen down the right field line. I'd like to assume that Corey Vanderhook out there to say, hey, get us through this inning. Ibarra's first pitch to the left-handed batter is bounced in there for a called ball. Jebb, the shortstop, watching all the way. This is already the longest inning by total number of batters for either team. Great pitching here early on. This is the 6th hitter here in the top of the 5th. Jebb's 1 of 2 on the day, singled back in the 4th. Popped out to center to get his at-bats started back in the 1st. He takes way outside as Ibarra using just a touch of the control. He was efficient and excellent through the first 3 innings. He's issued a walk in the 4th and now in the 5th. It's only 2 free passes of the ball game so far. Score tied at 1. Ibarra trying to get through the top of the 5th inning. Right-hander deals from the stretch. Bouncing ball that's once again blocked by Eric Bajani. Ibarra seems content to just keep going back to the well. The Cal Irvine transfer missing down and outside to these left-handed batters atop the Michigan State lineup. It's Karkoff second, Casey Mays on third. Mays bunted his way on. Kark was walked. 3-0 fastball, letter high, called for a strike as Ibarra pumping one over the middle to get back in the strike category. First base is open, however, Zaid Walker, the number 3 batter in the lineup, the most experienced player in the lineup today for Michigan State, looming in the on-deck circle. Ibarra hopes to not have him come to bat in the 5th. That one missing well outside. 3-ball, 1-strike walk to Mitch Jebb, who hustles down to first base, and the sacks are full here in the 5th inning. Taking a look down to the first base dugout, no real movement yet. Looks like this is going to be Ibarra's inning to win or lose. Give up a leadoff home run. In trouble here with the bases loaded and 2 outs in a tie ball game here in the top of the 5th inning. Walker's 0 for 2, struck out swinging in the 1st and grounded out to 3rd in the 4th. Takes a fastball, low but in the zone for a called strike. Ibarra at Irvine last year, 2-2 with a 403 earned run average in 21 outings. Struck out 26 and gave up 25 hits over 29 innings. 13 earned runs allowed. Ibarra's offering. Swung on, hit well in the air to right field. Going back is Charles. He's at the track, at the wall. He reaches up and makes the grab to strand the bases loaded. But the damage done at the top of the 5th, the leadoff home run from Jack Frank, has us all square at 1. With that, we've played half a ball game, 4.5 innings down, 4.5 to go. Here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium, we are tied at 1. Officially in the second half of tonight's action back at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Entering into the bottom of the fifth, Michigan State able to get on the board thanks to a Jack Frank solo leadoff home run to get the fifth started against Josh Ibarra. It's a new arm atop the mound for the visiting Spartans. Wyatt Rush wearing number 6, the 6'3", 210-pound right-hander. A redshirt junior out of Grand Ledge, Michigan, comes in behind Zach Iverson. Iverson's going to leave with a no decision after throwing 4 innings, 1 run that was earned all the way back in the first. Gave up 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 7. He had 6 strikeouts in 9 2/3 innings all of last year. Iverson needed 77 pitches to get through those 4 frames. Part of their strikeouts will bring your pitch count up. First batter faced by Wyatt Rush will be the number 9 hitter, the freshman Gianni Horvat. Right-handed hitter who takes a pitch high and outside. Right-hander Rush, a 4.91 ERA and 11 appearances last year. This Horvat can't catch up to the pitch outside. 1-1 the count to the freshman. Gianni struck out looking in his only other at-bat to end a 4-batter second inning. One of the 7 punch-outs by Iverson. Rush working out of the stretch with nobody on. Sees Horvat hit one in the air to right field. Charging and heading towards the line will be Zaid Walker. Horvat pops out to right field to begin the 5th inning. Back to the top we go. It's Rylan Charles who's 1 of 2, stepping in from the left. In 22 innings last year, the new pitcher Wyatt Rush, 12 runs all earned on 19 hits. Was all over the zone, 21 punch-outs to 16 walks. Again in 22 innings. .235 batting average against the Michigan right-hander Wyatt Rush. As Charles pops this one straight down. Foul ball, move it 0-1. Charles has scored the only run for UNLV after he led the game off with a base hit. Charles, wearing number 25, leans away from a ball inside. The sophomore out of Reno stands 6 feet tall, 185 pounds. Again, mentioned how he really played his way into a solid starting role in right field at the end of last year. Goes the other way here, drives it well down the left field line. Left fielder Mays is going to watch it bounce off the base of the wall as Charles rounds first into second with a stand-up double. Very nearly skipped past the shortstop Jeb, and it'll be the first extra base hit of the year for Charles, who's 2 for 3 here on opening day. Did a great job of taking that outside pitch, driving it to left field. Coaches love that early in the season. Charles had 5 doubles last year. 2 hits, including an extra base knock here in opening day action. Brings up Diego Alarcon with a runner in scoring position. This is the guy that you want up there. Fits very well into the 2-hole in the lineup, especially with the hitters around him for UNLV. Takes high. Right on right matchup starts out. 1 ball, no strikes. Alarcon, though, has yet to put a ball in play today. Has struck out twice, both swinging, both thrown by Iverson. So he's excited to see something different out there, Alarcon is. Iverson kind of came from a lower 3/4 arm slot. Rush comes pretty much straight over the top. Deals outside, called for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes to Diego. Played 2 years at El Camino College in Southern California. Attended Millikan High School in Long Beach. Thought about it. He checked the swing and was able to hold up before he advanced too far around, and he's ahead 3 balls, no strikes. Alarcon in a great hitter's count here after he was excellent with runners in scoring position last year, 24 RBIs. Here's the 3-0 as Rush hits the lower half of the strike zone with the heater. Called for strike 1. Josh Ibarra able to get out of Dodge in the 5th inning. Able to recover after not only giving up a leadoff solo home run, but bases were loaded with 2 outs when he induced a fly out to right from Zaid Walker. Alarcon chops it on the ground to the left side, off the glove of the shortstop Jeb, and everyone's going to be safe, including Charles, who never moved off of second base. First ball that Alarcon puts into play is going to be an error on the shortstop Jeb. Hit it right at him. The third baseman, Kark, was looking like he might cut in front. Jeb was shaded deep, and it just goes off the backhand.
Left fielder.
Had the time to try to get around that, try to go backhand for quickness sake, but Alarcon's going to reach, albeit by an error. So now 2 runners on base and 1 out on the board here in the 5th inning for Austin Krizik, who's 2 for 2. Moves the hands inside, checks the swing on a fastball that's called for a strike regardless. Krizik drove in the run back in the 1st inning on a single and then singled again in the 3rd. Almost clocked Zach Iverson on the comebacker. Iverson lifted after 4 innings of 1-run, 4-hit ball. He'll leave with a no decision. Krizik swings through a fastball. Couldn't catch up to it. He was loaded up on that one. Left-hander still getting loose for UNLV down the right field line. Very likely going to see him as we enter into the 6th inning. Ibarra has allowed 1 run on 6 hits so far. Or, beg your pardon, 5. As Rush lifts the leg, looks to second. Nobody standing on there, so back in safely is Charles. Got a member of the coaching staff out. Always tough with the visitors. You never quite know who's the pitching coach and who is the manager, especially with a body up and loose down the left field line. This is the pitching coach, Mark Van Amede. The entirety of the infield drawn in as well. So it's Diego Alarcon at first after he reached via an error. Rylan Charles on second. He doubled to lead off the frame. Alberto Ruiz, our home plate umpire, out to break up the meeting of the minds atop the mound. First mound visit used by Michigan State on the evening. The Rebels will be back in action tomorrow, the only scheduled doubleheader of the year. It's on the 2nd day of the season. 2 9-inning games that are going to start at 1 p.m. here on the West Coast tomorrow. Second baseman Farquhar keeping tabs on the runner Charles at second. No hold on at first. As this one's hit high but shallow to right field. Charging is Walker. Either runner tagging up as Zaid Walker's able to make the catch just in front of the chest as Krizik is retired for the first time tonight. Still 2 for 3 to get his year started. Charles back to second. Alarcon back to first now with 2 down. And Hank Zeisler steps into the left-handed box. Would be a great way to earn yourself some fans right away. Curry some favor from the coaching staff in your first game with the team if you could clutch up and drive something to the outfield here. Zeisler's put it in play twice. He's yet to reach base. Hit a line drive screamer down the left field line back in the first that was caught by Mays. And then tapped out to second to end the 4-batter 3rd inning. Takes a fastball high. Wyatt Rush working out of the set. Rush in behind Iverson, who threw 77 pitches. 7 punch-outs for the starter. It'll be Noah Beal starting game 1 tomorrow for the Rebels. Like what we saw out of Noah last year atop the mound. He can throw a ton of strikes. He's very effective. This one's fouled straight back by Hank. Zeisler, the transfer out of Chapman in Orange, California. Division III school where he absolutely dominated for 4 years. 17 home runs, 76 RBIs. He also stole 15 bases over his 4 years, so can move a little bit. Expected to see him and Austin Pfeiffer really kind of go back and forth at first base and DH at least early. Low leg kick as Rush sped up the arm a little bit. Fouled back into the mid on the swing by Zeisler. As the count goes a ball and 2 strikes with 2 down and 2 on. Here in a 1-1 game, bottom of the 5th inning. Waiting on deck is Darian Williams, who does hit well with runners on. Zeisler hoping to bring him up here in the bottom half of the 5th. Here's the 1-2. Hank grounds one right side through the glove of the first baseman Trahey. Rounding third, getting the wave to the plate will be Rylan Charles. As the throw goes to third, it gets past Kark, and the third baseman's error is going to bring Alarcon in. That was a high throw, and Zeisler able to put a ball in play and bring home a pair of runners, and the Rebels back on top by a 3-1 lead. Hank Zeisler able to make something happen. That just goes to show what happens when you put the ball in play, and I think they're going to go out and head coach Jake Boss calling out the athletic trainer. They're going to go take a look at, I believe, the second baseman Farquhar requiring a bit of medical attention. But Zeisler's going to get credit for a base hit and an RBI. Charles and Alarcon both scoring. One of the benefits of being on base with 2 outs is if the ball's in play, you just go. You don't got to think about it. So Alarcon able to make it a close play at third, and it was a high throw that sailed past the third baseman, Kark. So Zeisler is going to end up on second base. They're going to charge the right fielder Walker with an error. Can't fault the idea from Walker. The execution left a little bit to be desired. But nonetheless, Ryland Charles scores for the second time tonight, and Alarcon touches home plate for the first time on the year. 3-1, back on top are the Rebels. And again, for Hank Zeisler, giving credit for an RBI hit. That's a way to endear yourself at your new school right away. Put the home side back up in the 5th inning. 2-run lead. It's a Darian Williams trying to advance it. He is 0 for 2 thus far. Right-on-right matchup begins with a 12-6 curveball snapping through the top of the strike zone. Williams behind 0-1. Darian has struck out swinging in the 1st inning and then tapped out back to the pitcher. It was Iverson back in the 4th inning to lead that frame off. Rush's pitch inside and a bit low. Going down to the knees is Brian Brecker, the catcher, able to keep it in front. Outfield straight up against Williams, who does spray the ball all over the yard. Left fielder Mays maybe a bit off the line. Pinched in right is Walker as well. They're shaded up the middle. Another big breaking curveball that misses outside. Williams picked that one up right away. You could see that it was moving away from him in the right-on-right matchup. 2 balls and a strike in a 3-1 ball game with UNLV on top here on opening night at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Nice sized crowd on hand to take in opening night action. Williams watches out. Count goes to 3 balls and a strike to the UNLV second baseman. Preseason All-Mountain West selection at Darian Williams, much like Eric Bajani, who was tabbed by D1 Baseball as the number 49th ranked catcher in the country. Williams ranked as the number 19 second baseman in all of college baseball by D1 Baseball. He's able to take a 5-pitch walk, advancing down to first base with 2 outs. Runners on first and second now, still with 2 down. Both outs via the flyout to right field by Horvat and Krizik here in the 5th. 7th batter of the inning will be James Gamble. 3-man shift on the left side of the infield, with the second baseman Trent Farquhar flipping it over to the third base side. No hold on at first, and well off the line is Trahey. Still a couple of gaps for James Gamble if he can go the other way. First pitch, down and out. Called for ball 1 as the outfield shifted towards right, especially Casey Mays, the left fielder, who now takes a couple of steps back and towards left center field as well. Long look in from Rush as Gamble takes a pitch up but in the zone for a called strike. 1-1 the count. To the UNLV center fielder, who has reached twice and stolen second base twice, I should say. Singled in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. He has not advanced past 2nd on the evening. Curveball stays up and away. A right-on-right matchup. Moves to 2 balls and a strike against Gamble. As quick as they come in collegiate baseball. Huge leadoff of first for Williams. He's going to be breaking on contact with 2 down. Gamble puts one in place, shoots it through the right side of the infield for a base hit. Rounding third and scoring without a throw is going to be Hank Zeisler. Rounding first big time is Gamble. He's able to scamper back in at first after an RBI base hit. Moves the Rebels up 4-1. Gamble with his second hit of the game, the third time he's been on base. Again, with 2 outs, Zeisler was going to score on anything that snuck through the infield. Gamble put some juice on that one as he shot it right through the open gap where the second baseman Farquhar would have been standing had they not shifted to the left against Gamble. He does go the other way. Saw it plenty of times last year. After driving in 14 runs a year ago, Gamble on the board with ribby number 1 here in the 5th inning of Game 1. See if he thinks about swiping second. Keeping an eye on him is Trahey, the first baseman standing on the bag. 3 men shifted to the left side of the infield against Eric Bajani with 2 outs and 2 on. 3 already across in the frame. Big secondary lead for Gamble, but he stays home on a breaking ball that stays high, called for ball 1 to Bajani. Backwards K in the second, followed up by a deep fly out to left field in the 4th inning. Hit it off the end of the bat and very nearly cleared the 335-foot marker. That curveball misses outside again. 2-0 the count to Bajani. Mentioned the nice crowd on hand tonight. Official attendance 1,218. We're all on hand to see former UNLV Rebel and current Washington Nationals pitcher Eric Fetty throw out the first pitch. He took a little bit off of it, we'll say. Threw a changeup in there, but it was right down the pipe. Williams at third, Gamble at first. They're going to take an eye on James, keeping tabs on him with speed all over the base paths right now for the Rebels. Bajani batting with 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Watches a fastball. He thought it was off the outside. Instead, it's a called strike. Count goes 2 balls and 1 strike to Bajani. Preseason All-Mountain West selection for the 2nd straight year. Bajani watches a long look in from Wyatt Rush in his first inning of relief. Curveball over the outer half, called for strike 2. Nice looking pitch from Rush, who comes straight over the top. And has some nice snapping action on that 12-6 breaking ball. Bajani originally from Anaheim, California. Esperanza High School graduate. The 2-2 count against him. Gamble goes, and they're going to let him steal his 3rd bag of the game. It was a fake throw down to second from Brecker, keeping an eye on a Darian Williams at third. So Gamble, who stole 4 bases all of last year, has 3. His first 3 at-bats. You're going to expect to see a lot more of that. The Rebels have stolen 4 bases tonight. They stole 15 all of last year. Bajani hits this one well to right field. Backpedaling is the right fielder Walker. He's on the warning track, takes another step back, but makes the grab at chest level. But the damage done, all in all, 8 batters come up in the 5th inning, in which the Rebels were able to score 3 runs on 3 hits, including a Hank Zeisler RBI single. And through 5 innings of play, UNLV now on top by 3. They lead 4-1. An offensive explosion in the bottom of the fifth inning to the tune of a 3-spot has the Rebels leading the Michigan State Spartans by a 4-1 tally entering into the top of the sixth inning here on opening night. It'll be a new arm into the game as well for UNLV. Nick Rupp, the southpaw, takes over after Josh Ibarra went 5 strong innings in his UNLV debut. Gave up 1 run earned on the home run by Frank, one of the 5 total hits that he allowed. As Rupp, first pitch strike in there to the first baseman, Reese Trahey. Ibarra walked 3, struck out 4 over 21 batters faced. So it's the southpaw Rupp getting another called strike. Nice arm side tail on that fastball that started out and moved in. Rupp, a graduate of Spring Valley High School here in Las Vegas, a 5'10", 190-pound junior. One of the 18 newcomers here for Stan Stolze and the UNLV Rebels. Trahey in from the left side, takes a fastball up and away. Trahey's 0 for 1 today. Popped out to left field to end the first inning and walked in the fourth. That was the first of the eventual 3 walks issued by Ibarra, who, if the game were to end now, would get credit for the win. He's the pitcher of record for UNLV thanks to the 3 runs in that fifth inning. One housekeeping note is that all 3 of those runs were unearned by Wyatt Rush thanks to an error. A pair of errors, rather. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rupp sets down Trahey. So far, so good for the left-hander in his first outing of the 2022 campaign. Trahey set down on strikes. One out, nobody on. Here's the catcher, Brecker, who's 0 for 2. Rupp deals from straight over the top. Hard running fastball that just is on the outer half. Rupp, a transfer from Houston by way of Southern Nevada. Ground ball, right side, scooped up by the first baseman, Pfeiffer, who's going to call off the pitcher and win the foot race to the bag himself. So 2 up and 2 away with little stress thus far for Rupp in his UNLV debut. Trahey and Brecker set down. Jack Frank standing in the way of a clean 1-2-3 inning for Rupp out of the bullpen. Frank homered on a moonshot on the right field fence in the 5th inning. He squares to bunt, drops a good one down the third base side, but it'll trickle foul. The first bounce caught looked like the edge of the dirt and the grass in fair territory and just shot it to the left. Aside from the home run, Frank struck out swinging back in the second. All in all, in that bottom half of the 5th inning, Rebels with 3 runs on 3 hits and 2 errors. They did leave a pair of men on base as well. Rupp deals from the left side. Sharp breaking slider that moves just outside, maybe a bit above the chest of the designated hitter Frank as well. Again, Ibarra in line for the win if the score were to hold. A running fastball that just missed down and outside. And like that look from Nick Rupp. Nice arm side tail on the hard fastball. Moving into a left-handed batter like Frank. DH in with an open stance as Rupp deals. Fastball fought straight back. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the 2020 season at the University of Houston, Rupp made just 4 outings on the mound, 9 2/3 innings. Was without a decision either way. 2.79 ERA for the Cougars. Look out, fastball ripped down the third base side as Frank went the other way. It was laid around on the heater into his own dugout, and everybody looks to be all right. It's a scary situation. Heads up baseball, even when you're in the dugout. Rupp working around the back of the mound as Frank now settles back into the left-handed batter's box. Outfield deep, especially deep against Frank. Maybe a step towards left field all the way around, including Gamble in center. Rupp set. Lefty's 2-2 pitch. Taken for a called strike 3. How about Nick Rupp? Comes in out of the bullpen, goes 1-2-3, easy breezy through the top half of the 6th, including a pair of strikeouts and a softly tapped grounder to first. Rebels looking to expand on their lead. 8-9-1 due up when we return. UNLV leading Michigan State 4-1. UNLV baseball is back. No matter where you're watching baseball this season, be sure to buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and yell, "Go Rebels." Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas in White Plains, New York. Matt and Everett joining you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on Rebel Baseball opening night. It's been a good one thus far. Josh Ibarra and Nick Rupp have held the Michigan State Spartans to just 1 run and a 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th as UNLV on top, 4-1 in total. New arm into the ball game for Michigan State, the sidewinding right-hander Andrew Carson. Delivers a first pitch strike to Austin Pfeiffer, the right-handed batting first baseman. So Andrew Carson in, the third pitcher used by Jake Boss, the manager for Michigan State, as Pfeiffer slaps it straight back to the screen. Carson, the 6'2" junior out of Rochester, Michigan. A right-hander in behind Wyatt Rush, who went 1 inning, 3 unearned runs on 3 hits as Pfeiffer knocks another one straight back to the screen. Final line score on Rush: 1 inning, 3 runs, none earned on 3 hits. He walked 1, didn't record a strikeout. Took him 28 pitches to get through 1 inning of work. Carson deals from the full line as the right-handed batting Pfeiffer hits this one off the hands, foul territory, right side. The first baseman Trahey thought he might have had a shot, flipped the hat off and everything. Instead, it bounces harmlessly on the warning track, just in front of the home side clubhouse down the first base line. And for those who watched all of last year, the 335 Club is back out there with their flags beyond the right field fence. Some of the most spirited Rebel fans are beyond the right field fence as we speak. Pfeiffer's 0 for 2. He's behind 0 and 2. Pfeiffer, Horvat, and Charles, the first 3 batters to get it going for Stan Stolte and the Rebels here in the home half of the 6th, leading by 3. The 0-2 pitch. Pfeiffer leans away from that pitch that nearly got him on the hands. First baseman now watches a 1-2 count up against him. Struck out swinging in the second and ended the fourth with a fly out to right. The 1-2. Another foul ball going straight back. Pfeiffer, at the very least, working pitches out of Andrew Carson. Carson, a transfer from Lansing Community College. He was first team All-League in 2021, a 5-0 record, 2.84 the ERA at the JUCO level. As Pfeiffer pops one out of play again down the right field line. All in all, in 2 years for the Stars of Lansing Community College, Carson was 7-0 in 10 outings, 75 strikeouts in 47 innings, 2.68 career earned run average. Here's his 1-2. Pfeiffer checks the swing. They appeal. No, he did not, signals Michael Blindsey, the first base umpire. Pfeiffer just able to hold on to the check swing. Andrew Carson atop the mound, the son of former 10-year NHL veteran Jimmy Carson. Played for the majority of those for the Los Angeles Kings. Snaps off a slider that stays inside in a right-on-right matchup, and already a good at-bat for Pfeiffer from 0-2 to 3-2, trying to find a way on base any way he can. Infield's deep, outfield straight up. Here comes the payoff pitch from Carson. Pfeiffer checks the swing. They appeal once more, and Blindsey signals that Pfeiffer was able to hold up on the check swing. So Pfeiffer wins the war. A very close check swing call, but Pfeiffer, the benefactor of it, he'll be down to first base with no outs.
Gianni Horvat.
Those check swing calls are so objective. Could depend on the angle of the umpire, where the pitch was, the swing of the individual batter themselves. No two check swings are alike. So Pfeiffer to first for the first time. It's Gianni Horvat squaring to bunt. Puts a good one right back to the pitcher Carson, who lofts one over to first base, and standing on the bag is the first baseman Trahey. Scooped it up out of the air as Carson had planted his foot to throw to second base, but quickly down there was Pfeiffer, who advances on what will be ruled a sacrifice 1-3 for Horvat. But Carson had stepped towards second, realized he had no play, and instead of resetting the feet, kind of just turned the upper half of the body and lobbed one over there. So we're back to the top of the lineup. Working out of the stretch is Carson against Rylan Charles, who singled, doubled, and struck out in his 3 plate appearances thus far. Rylan swings over a pitch down low. Charles has scored 2 of the 4 runs thus far for the Rebels. Single to lead off the bottom of the first. Stole second, was driven in by a Krizik single. Was one of 2 to score on the Hank Zeisler RBI base hit. Was back in the 3-run fifth. He lines this one right to the second baseman Farquhar, who was shifted into shallow right field. Both feet planted firmly on the grass. Charles hit it on the screws, but shifted perfectly. Was the Michigan State infield, and Trent Farquhar in particular. So that puts the second out on the board, with Diego Alarcon striding into the right-handed batter's box.
Diego Alarcon.
Diego is hitless. Base hit here would expand the lead. 4-1 currently. Alarcon, who hit .336 last year, still hitless today. Takes a breaking ball inside, called for strike 1. Last year for Carson at Lansing Community College. Didn't have to travel far when he transferred. It was first team All-League. A 14.2 strikeout per 9 average. It was 10th in all of junior college. He misses low to Alarcon, count 1-1. The junior college landscape is as competitive as it ever has been right now. A lot of guys not only transferring to big D1 programs, but legitimately getting drafted at a very high level in the Major League first-year player draft. As Diego swings over a breaking ball low, he can't catch it in the count. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs, and Pfeiffer on second base. Of course, the Major League lockout still going on. They are proposing a 20-round draft, which I think is a nice, almost alternative, especially given after the the 5-round draft of last year. Alarcon leans away from the heater to even the count at 2. We're back to the junior college angle. Diego Alarcon, a JUCO transfer, I should say. Cypress Community College, where Eric Bajani played JUCO ball before coming to UNLV, and of course College of Southern Nevada here in Las Vegas. Big-time JUCO baseball power. Alarcon swings through the fastball. Side retired in 4 batters here in the 6th inning. Austin Pfeiffer led the frame off with the walk, but sacrifice bunt, a lineout, and Alarcon's 3rd strikeout of the night wraps up a scoreless 6th inning. We're on to the 7th inning. The final third of tonight's game coming up. It's the Rebels leading the Michigan State Spartans by a 4-1 score. Findlay Chevrolet, located in the southwest of Vegas at 215 and Rainbows, Nevada's #1 Chevy volume dealership, frankly, we're customer driven. Proud sponsor of UNLV athletics. The Rebels in action tomorrow night. The Rebels leading over the Michigan State Spartans 4-1. 2nd inning of work for Nick Rupp out of the bullpen begins with the foul ball deposited out of play on the left field line as Casey Mays, number 7 batter, the left fielder, to lead things off. Mays, Kark on. Number 7, 8, and 9 batters in the Michigan State lineup. Nick Rupp was outstanding in the 6th inning. Went 1, 2, 3, including a couple of strikeouts. Gets ahead of another batter, 0-2, as Mays takes a called strike. He bunted his way on the last time and stole 2nd. It came after grounding out to the first baseman, Pfeiffer, to end the 2nd inning. 0-2 pitch, swung on it, missed. Waving at it was Mays. Make it 3 punch-outs through 4 batters by Nick Rupp. How about the curveball? It's a really tough combination for Rupp with the heavy fastball, a 2-seamer with some arm side run, and then that curveball that just comes from a similar release point and has more horizontal movement than vertical. Mays set down on strikes for the first time tonight. That'll bring up Dylan Kark, right-handed batting 3rd baseman. Plenty of action here on campus, especially tomorrow, as Kark fouls the first pitch back. 6 home games scheduled for UNLV athletics programs, including a doubleheader between these Rebels and the Spartans, beginning at 1 p.m. tomorrow. 2 9-inning contests in the scheduled doubleheader. Both men's and women's basketball playing as well. Fastball bounced in. It's going to be a big night for everybody involved. You can catch me on the call of the Lady Rebels as they take on the San Jose State Spartans. That game also starting at 1. This one swung on, ripped down the left field line, foul. John Cascato, the 3rd base umpire, had the best view, and that thing trailed just foul. The Lady Rebels taking on San Jose State tomorrow. UNLV, or the Running Rebels, I should say, the men's team. A tough matchup with the Colorado State Rams coming to town. The Rams a slight favorite, but UNLV off the heels of an upset win at Fresno State. Dominating performance yet again from Bryce Hamilton as the upstart team under Kevin Kruger has done an excellent job, surpassed some expectations this year already. Back in the batter's box is Kark. He was already around first, basically, when that ball hit in foul ground. So he chops one to the third base side. This one foul as well, scooped up by Alarcon. Dylan Kark, the third baseman, grounded out to short in the third, and then walked in the fifth. One of 3 walks issued by Ibarra, who's the pitcher of record for the Rebels. Rupp out of the stretch. Pitch a called strike 3. Fastball at the knees, freezing Kark. 4 strikeouts in 5 batters for Nick Rupp. He's got 2 swinging and 2 looking and 2 away now in the 7th inning. Frozen was Kark as Rupp has been outstanding through the 5 batters he's faced. Peter on, the number 9 batter, center fielder, hitting now with 2 outs, nobody on ahead of him. On is 1 of 2. Doubled and struck out as he fouls the first pitch straight down. Count 0-1. For Rupp, it's been about getting ahead of batters, and he's done that very well tonight. Tossed only 9 2/3 innings 2 years ago in 2020. Letter high fastball called for a ball. Rupp actually did pitch against UNLV. That was back on the 10th, March 10th of 2020, when the Houston Cougars came to Earl E. Wilson. It was ultimately a 3-1 win in the game that Rupp started. This pitch just nicked the elbow of Peter on. He's got the elbow guard, he's got the knee guard, and he's going to jog down to first base after that one just caught a piece of the elbow.
Trent Farquhar.
Taking a look on the replay here. Yeah, that one you see the fibers of the shirt moving. That one just barely tipped him. So on down to first, hit by the pitch. First hit batsman of the year for either side. Back to the top of the lineup we go. Here's Trent Farquhar. Rupp only works out of the stretch, so no change as his first pitch is shot foul and well out of play down the left field line. Leadoff man Farquhar is 1 of 3. Second baseman doubled to lead off the ball game. Flied out to center in the third and retired to the second baseman on a ground out in the 5th. Batting with 1 on and 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning, pre-stretch break. Another high fastball. This one missing outside. No action behind Rupp in the UNLV bullpen, and wow, why would there be? He's been outstanding. Just taking a look down the left field side. Nobody up for Michigan State either. Nice snapped curveball in for a strike from Rupp to the leadoff man Farquhar. Farquhar got some medical attention after the throw from the right fielder. Walker went over the head of the third baseman in the 5th inning. He was able to stay in the game, though, as Rupp bounces one in. Count all square. It deuces wild in the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Farquhar, one of a handful of players who figures to get the majority of the playing time at their position based off the way that this Michigan State roster is assembled. Inside, called for a ball from Rupp. And these young guys on the Spartan roster are going to have a legitimate shot. Again, 28 underclassmen, just 9 juniors and seniors. So this is a young team, still with a ways to go as far as ascending upwards in the Big Ten. This one's fought off into the infield left side. It's grabbed by Alarcon, who sets the feet, delivers an absolute strike to first base. And the 5-3 putout will retire the side in the 7th. And with that, it's stretch time in Las Vegas. Get up, move around. When we come back, it'll be the bottom of the 7th inning. The heart of the UNLV lineup due up with the 3, 4, and 5 spots due up, with the Rebels leading by a 4-1 score. Coming out of the 7th inning stretch here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV. The home side Rebels leading the visiting Michigan State Spartans by a 4-1 score. Pleasure to have you with us here on opening night. Second inning of work for Andrew Carson begins with a high fly playable to right field off the bat of Austin Krizik. Settling underneath is the right fielder Walker, who catches it at chest level. Krizik moves to 2 for 4 on the day with a pair of singles and an RBI and a pair of flyouts to right in the 5th and now in the 7th. One up, one down. Here comes Hank Zeisler with nobody on ahead of him. Zeisler was given credit for a base hit and an RBI when he drove a ball through the infield in his last time up. Pitch misses outside from Carson, who struck out 1 and walked 1, and back in the 6th, retired the side, and 4 batters scoreless. Zeisler's 1 of 3 overall. Watches a breaking ball coming in through the back door for a called strike on the outer half. Right on left matchup. The right-hander Andrew Carson able to get through the 6th easily. Here he is in the 7th. He got the first out on the first pitch as Zeisler takes outside. Again, kind of a happenstance that Zeisler was able to play with Jack Thomas Wald in the Northwoods League this past summer. Collegiate wood bat circuit in Minnesota, Wisconsin, that area of the country, as Zeisler swings through another one. Talk about the JUCOs earlier, the junior colleges, as far as getting scouted and picked at the next level. These summer collegiate wood bat leagues are really becoming some top-tier baseball over the summer all across the country. This one's outside from Carson to Zeisler. Of course, the Cape Cod League, the most known, the most prominent of the college wood bat leagues. They're up in New England. Also the Futures Collegiate League in New England. Northwoods League. As Zeisler takes ball 4 downstairs. Anyway on for Hank is the mustached designated hitter able to get their first base with 1 out here. Coming out of the stretch break in the bottom of the 7th. Here's a chance for a Darian Williams to get something started. E walked in the 5th. Only time he's reached base today. Grounded out back to the mound in the 4th and struck out swinging to wrap up the run-scoring first inning. 1 on, 1 down. Darian leans out of the way of a first pitch fastball. Meanwhile, the the first baseman, Trahey, holding on. They don't want Zeisler to get too big of a lead. Rebels lead in the runs category by 3, 4-1 the score. Ibarra, the pitcher of record. Nice looking curveball. Backed Williams off the plate and then broke over the inner third for a called strike. And the count 1-1 to the Rebels' second baseman. Overall, 4 runs on 7 hits for UNLV. UNLV, they've been the benefactor of 2 Michigan State errors. Both coming in the 5th, both allowing runs to score. Pitch misses outside for a called ball 2. The Spartans with 1 run on 5 hits. Only offense they've been able to strike across was a leadoff home run in the 5th off the bat of their DH, Jack Frank. Big hole on the right side of the infield with Farquhar at second, shaded towards the bag up the middle. Williams rips one on the ground down the third base side, called foul. Speaking from experience in watching a Darian Williams, this is when he's at his best is when he's able to pull the ball like that. Williams with a team-high 6 home runs last year as far as players that are returning. And they were all screamers to left field. Absolute laser beams. Another big looping curveball that just stayed down. Williams had backed off, but Carson very nearly got it to drop into the zone. Zeisler still off first. 1 out walk put him there. Very short lead. Now expands it as the pitcher Carson comes set. Turns and fires to first base. Zeisler's in safely. After Williams is James Gamble, who's having himself an opening night to remember. He's reached base not once, not twice, but thrice. Carson set with the glove at the belt. Runner goes, 3-2 pitch, ripped through the left side of the infield for a base hit. Rounding second, heading to third is Zeisler as Williams turns on the Jets. He's rounding, heading for second, slides in head first and safe. Darian Williams. What a rip by E. Was just finished saying he's at his best when he can get that bat hit around early and rip these fastballs down the left field line. Williams was not necessarily thinking too out of the box. Williams going to be given credit for a base hit, while Zeisler advances 2 bases from first to third. So Williams, with his first hit of the 2022 season, brings up James Gamble. And that'll also bring the infield in all the way around. Kark and Jeb on the left side, Farquhar and Trahey on the right, all in on the cut of the infield grass. First pitch swinging is Gamble. You like the aggressive mentality. He just couldn't connect on that fastball in on the hands. As mentioned a moment ago, Gamble has reached base 3 different times, 2 hits and a walk. He's driven in a run and stolen 3 bases as well. Already 3/4 of the way to his total of 4 last year. Just wasn't as aggressive. Swings in a ball that bounces, and Zeisler thought about advancing from third, but the catcher Brecker able to scamper over the turf cutout behind the dirt of home plate. 0-2 count to Gamble here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Zeisler on third. Darian Williams is on second base with 1 down in a 4-1 ball game. Long look in from Carson. So he'll take the series of signs from the catcher Brecker and come set. Righty's delivery is cut on and missed. Gamble chasing a breaking ball, moving away from him. Even with the strikeout included for the second out of the 7th inning, still an excellent opening day for Gamble already. Moves him to 2 for 3 with the walk.
Bajani.
Last chance for the Rebels here in the 7th will come in the form of Eric Bajani, All Mountain West catcher who is hitless. 0 for 3, including a strikeout and a pair of flyouts to left and right in the 4th and 5th, respectively. There's the front door curveball that breaks in for a called strike to Bajani. Rebels now with 8 hits as the catcher Brecker is going to go out and have a word with Carson, make sure that they're on the same page. It was Wyatt Rush that gave up the 3 unearned runs. That had been a big difference in this game. It's been the only difference. And again, they were all unearned because of a pair of errors. And the opening game of the season, opening game of a 4-game series. Big swing and a miss there from Bajani. Was just able to tip it back into the mitt, but regardless, the count, no balls and 2 strikes to the Rebel backstop. Tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. in game 1 of 2, it'll be Noah Beal making his first start of the year against the southpaw Nick Powers for Michigan State. Nolan George, the Rebel starter in game 2. One of the 18 newcomers, true freshman. Pitch down and away, right on right matchup. Moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Bajani. Infield shifted to the left. 3 men on the left side of the infield. All alone on the right is Trahey. The pitch. Bajani offered it a pitch in the dirt. Blocked by the catcher Brecker. His throw down to first is in time. Score that one. Strikeout 2-3 on the putout in your scorecard at home. Back-to-back punch-outs end the threat in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Rebels with no runs on 1 hit, 2 men left on base, and through 7, they're on top by a 4-1 score. Getting late here on opening night. It's the top of the 8th inning. UNLV clinging on to a 4-1 lead. Did most of the damage in the home half of the 5th. Third inning of work out of the bullpen for Nick Rupp. Begins with a fastball knee high for a called strike. It's the Big Ten all-freshman team member from last year, Mitch Jebb. Left-handed batting shortstop against the left-hander out of Spring Valley High School, who gets a swing and a miss. Quickly 0-2. Jebb is 1 of 2 today. Singled and walked, and also popped out to center field back in his first AB. Lights are on a picture-perfect Friday night for baseball. 64 degrees at the time of first pitch, just over 2.5 hours ago. Rupp deals. The 2-strike delivery is high and a bit off the outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. And Rupp definitely brings it from the left side. Not a big body, but throws hard. Two balls, 2 strikes now the count on that breaking ball that misses outside. Rupp wearing number 10 tonight, 5'10", 190 pounds. Again, originally attended College of Southern Nevada at the junior college level, one of the West Coast powerhouses at the JUCO spot. This one's hit on the ground, moving towards the middle is the second baseman, Williams. Nice grab, and the low throw picked out by the first baseman, Austin Pfeiffer. A 4-3 put out. It's the top half of the 8th inning started. So far, so good for Rupp, who has been sterling. The only batter that's reached against him was on a hit by pitch. He barely tipped the elbow, the front tip of the elbow of Peter on with 2 outs in the 7th. And got an immediate ground out to third to follow. So all's well that ends well. Here's Zaid Walker. Zaid, the right fielder, batting from the right, takes a first pitch high and outside. Left on right matchup moves to 1 ball, no strikes. Walker. It's a line drive over the head of the shortstop as Horvat gave it a leap, was just an inch underneath it. Would have been a highlight reel play for the freshman. Just quite can't get up there. Good piece of hitting there from Walker, who nearly went down to his back knee to dig that one out of the dirt. It's the first hit that Rupp has allowed. Here comes Corey Vanderhook, the pitching coach, out to have a word with Rupp. As he was, again, outstanding. He's thrown 39 pitches. He's retired 7 out of the 9 batters he's faced. So if you're Corey Vanderhook here, you see Reese Trahey coming up, the southpaw, who's hitless. Reached on a walk back in the 4th inning. He's likely telling him, hey, don't be afraid to go right after this guy, especially given the fact that they need a ground ball. With 1 out and 1 on, Walker does run well. Walker's 6'2", 206, long and lanky in the outfield. Catch Wyatt Tomczyk and I on the broadcast of the second end of tomorrow's doubleheader. We'll both be over at the Thomas and Mack Center. Wyatt on the radio side, I'll be on the television side announcing UNLV versus San Jose State in women's basketball action tomorrow. 1 out, 1 on. Trahey swings and misses, can't catch up to the heater that dipped underneath the bat. He was trying to drive that one into the 335 club beyond the right field fence, but came up empty. He struck out swinging in his last at-bat in the 6th after walking in the 4th and flying out to left back in the 1st. The lefty Rupp fires. This one's hit on the ground, but softly. Rupp off the mound to grab it, sets his feet, delivers on time to first base. What a play by Rupp. If you're a pitcher in that situation, you got to make your mind up early, and he did. He was not going to be denied. That was a swinging bunt, essentially, from Trahey. Did the job. It moved Walker up to second, but trailing by 3. Time running out. That's going to be the end of the line for Nick Rupp, as Stan Stolte, the manager, out. That'll be the end for Rupp. We'll get you his partial number. You can't close the book on him yet. with the runner on base. That's Walker on second, charge to him if he were to come around. We got a new arm coming in here for the Rebels. Give you the name and the numbers, as well as the finale here of the top of the 8th inning. We got ourselves a pitching change here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. It's the right-hander Hayden Neerman on in the top half of the 8th inning. Coming in after Nick Rupp lasted 2 2/3 innings. Again, can't close the book on Rupp just yet, with Walker on second, charge to him if he were to come around and score. The side-winding Neerman delivers a first-pitch fastball. It's a strike to the catcher, Brian Brecker. Neerman, a native of Scottsdale, Arizona, 6'2", 170-pound junior. In a 4-1 ball game. Excellent outing by Nick Rupp as Neerman gets a ground ball, bounce back up the middle. Horvat, shortstop, crossing second base, throw off the back foot is in time. What a stretch by Pfeiffer at first base as well. He's got web gems already. Gianni Horvat with a nice play to strand the runner on. He'll close the book on Rupp and get us into the bottom half of the 8th inning, where the Rebels come up to bat for what they hope the final time when we return to Earl E. Wilson. Intermountain Healthcare, here to be a part of your Las Vegas life, and more importantly, here to help you live an even healthier one. Intermountain Healthcare, official healthcare partner of UNLV Athletics. Matt and Everett joining you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium on opening night. UNLV leading over Michigan State 4-1. Back atop the mound is Andrew Carson, first pitch swinging is Austin Pfeiffer. Fights one off and shoots it foul and out of play on the right field side. Hayden Neerman came in and retired the only batter he faced on a ground out back up the middle off the bat of Brian Brecker. And closed the book on Nick Rupp, his final line in a moment. Pfeiffer 0 for 2 with the walk thus far. He also struck out and flied out to right. Hits this one in the air to right, twisting towards the line is the right fielder Walker. Still on the move, he dives. Does he make the catch? No. Or yes, the umpire signaled a foul ball first and then stuck the fist up in the air to signal an out. What a play by Zaid Walker on a ball that was contorting towards the line, and he dove across the foul line to make that grab. So Pfeiffer pops out to right once again as Horvat, the shortstop, the number 9 batter, due up. Final line on Rupp, who leaves with a no decision. 2 2/3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, no walks. He struck out 4. It was 4 of the first 5 batters he faced in order. Horvat is hitless in his first collegiate game. Leans away from a breaking ball, moving back over the heart of the plate for a called strike. Horvat made an outstanding play to end the 8th inning, charging on a ball that was bounced right back up the middle. Able to make an athletic throw to first. Hits this one in the air to center. Going back is Peter On, center fielder in the right center field gap. Settles underneath and makes the grab at chest level quickly. 2 up and 2 away in the bottom of the 8th for the Rebels, as mentioned, batting for what they hope is the final time. Home side leading by a 4-1 score. And we're back at the top of the lineup with Rylan Charles. A Reno native playing here in Southern Nevada for a 2nd straight year. 2 for 4 on the day. Singled, stole second, scored the game's first run in the first, and then doubled in the 5th and was brought around off the bat of Hank Zeisler. Charles will take a pitch up and away. Joshi Barr, the pitcher of record for the Rebels, 5 innings, 1 run on 5 hits. He walked 3 as well. They all came late. Left-handed batting Charles bounces one up the middle. Backhanded. It's the shortstop. Can't field it cleanly. Throw to first is late and down the line. A great job by Reese Trahey, the first baseman, to come off the bag and looked like a hockey goalie, just keeping that one in front of him and keeping Charles at first base. It was a tough play for the shortstop. Jeb shifted over towards the first base side and then had to come across the bag. Hit off the glove on the backhand effort. So Charles to first. Here's Diego Alarcon, who again is hitless today. Takes a first pitch curveball in for a strike. First baseman Trahey holding on. Farquhar at the bag near second. Deep and in the hole as short as Jeb, at equidistant from second to third base. Diego takes a heater down and away. Right on right matchup. Goes even at a ball and a strike. Alarcon has struck out 3 times, reached on an error. That was by the shortstop Jeb. Umpire Alberto Ruiz talking to the Michigan State dugout. The manager Jake Boss Jr. out to figure out what's going on. It's just judging by the hand signals, looked like he was telling him there are too many bodies pouring out of the dugout down the third baseline. It is a safety concern. Certain umpires are more stringent about the warnings and the enforcement than others. Innocuous meeting, we'll say, down the third base side ends with both Alberto Ruiz, the umpire, and Jake Boss Jr. returning to their respective posts. 1 ball, 1 strike count to Diego Alarcon with Rylan Charles on first base. 2 outs in a 4-1 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Outfield straight up, not particularly deep against the powerful Alarcon. Charles with a huge secondary lead. Watches as this pitch is up and away, right on right matchup. Alarcon with 15 doubles to go along with 24 runs batted in. He hit .336 a year ago. Back for more in his 2nd year after transferring. Swings and hits one in the air, shallow to right. Heading back and towards the line is Zaid Walker, tiptoeing into foul ground. The right fielder will make the catch. So 3 flyouts and 4 batters have the Rebels down in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll be back with the top of the 9th inning. Hayden Neerman heading back to the mound to try to close this one out with the Rebels on top 4-1. It all comes down to this. It's the top of the 9th inning on opening night. The UNLV Rebels leading over the Michigan State Spartans by a 4-1 score. It's been a pitcher's duel if there ever was one. Hayden Neerman needed 2 pitches to retire the only batter he faced in the 8th inning, as the side-slinging right-hander gets a first pitch foul ball down the left field side, down a play by Jack Frank. Left-handed batting designated hitter, homered in the 5th. He struck out twice otherwise. Neerman misses outside as Frank has the count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. They're going to rule Ryland Charles reaching in the 8th inning on an E6. That's the 2nd error charged to Jeb on the game. It's the 3rd in total charged to Michigan State. 1 run on 6 hits, 3 defensive misplays for the Spartans. UNLV 4 runs, 8 hits. They played a clean defensive game. Dare I say it, they played a good defensive game. Really good to get the year started. This one's hit out of play, well out of play, foul down the left field side. You never necessarily know what you're going to get early in the season, both from your side and the other teams, especially in college baseball. As long as the fielding is good, it takes away a lot of the trouble. Line drive shot through the left side of the infield for a base hit off the bat of Frank. Alarcon gave it an effort. Rebel third baseman just quite couldn't stretch the leather glove out to that ball. So Frank reaches for the 2nd time. He's got a home run and a single in his 4 at-bats. Casey Mays, the left fielder, in from the left side, 1 of 3 overall. Tying run awaiting on deck in a 4-1 ball game. First pitch swinging is Mays, a little tapper, rolled foul on the first base side. Mays grounded out to the first baseman Pfeiffer on what was a circus play to end the 1-2-3 second. One of the 2 innings in which Michigan State has gone down in order so far. Neerman's pitch hit on the ground under the glove of the first baseman Pfeiffer, who gave it a dive. Rounding second, heading to 3rd, and in there easily standing up will be Jack Frank. So all of a sudden, the tying run coming to the plate in a 3-run ball game. Here in the top of the 9th inning. Back-to-back base hits. Have runners in the corners, no outs in the top of the 9th inning. The batter, Dylan Kark. This looks like a pinch hitter. It's going to be, looks to be Brock Vredenberg. The 6'7" left-handed batter, Vredenberg, pinch hitting. Out of the stretch, Neerman deals. First pitch swinging and a foul ball shot out of plate on the left field side. So Kark, the third baseman, finishes 0 for 2 with the walk. This is the 6'7" Brock Vredenberg, Pasadena, California native. Vredenberg, spelled Vredenburg. Swings and fouls it back into the mid. Count 0-2. Neerman hoping to neutralize this pinch hitter. Mays on first, Frank on third. They both single to get there. Neerman's pitch. Swung on and missed. Strikes out the pinch hitter on 3 pitches. And that's a big timeout with the double play active up the middle as Vredenberg strikes out swinging. The center fielder on, works his way around to the left-handed batter's box. On has reached twice. Neerman hoping to induce a game-ending double play ball if he can get something hit sharply to one of the infielders. Middle infield double play depth, holding on at first is Pfeiffer. First pitch swing and a high drive to left field. Going into the corner is Austin Krizik. Running out of room, he reaches up, bangs into the wall as he makes the grab, but tagging up from third and scoring without a throw is Jack Frank. What a play by Austin Krizik, who is up. He never went down to the dirt, but ran almost full speed into the fence. An outstanding grab by Krizik, who is underrated in left field to be sure. That's going to be ruled a sacrifice fly by On. Sacrifice to the left fielder. RBI number 1 on the day and on the year. And the runner from first, Mays, stayed home. So with that, Michigan State down to their final out. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning with 1 run already across. The score now 4-2. Neerman hoping to close it out with the top of the order, Trent Farquhar in. Right-handed release for Neerman as he misses low to Farquhar, who's 1 of 4. He doubled the first pitch he saw and has grounded out twice and popped out to center field back in the 3rd. The 1-0 upstairs, called for ball 2. Neerman, the 3rd pitcher used by the Rebels this evening here on opening day. Josh Ibarra in his first game with the program went 5 innings, 1 run on 5 hits. Pitcher of record. Neerman's 2-0 delivery. Just outside as that running fastball moved off the outer 3rd of the plate. So he's behind 3 balls and no strikes. Mitch Jebb waiting on deck. One of the better hitters on this roster for the Spartans. Fastball right down Main Street called for a strike. Still in a good hitter's count though is the leadoff man Trent Farquhar. One of the main things you ask of a leadoff hitter is see pitches and put balls in play. Farquhar's done both this evening. 3-1 pitch, hit in the air to center field. This should do it. Gamble into the gap in left center. The center fielder settles underneath. He reaches up and makes a one-hand grab at the chest. And with that, the Rebels able to hold on for a 4-2 win on opening day. Aiden Neerman, good job of coming in, getting himself in and then subsequently out of danger. Locks up the first win of the year in the first game of the year for the UNLV Rebels. We'll step aside. When we return, we'll break this game down and take a look at the rest of the series. Don't go anywhere. The Findlay Chevrolet postgame show coming up. opening day win for the UNLV Rebels as they down the Michigan State Spartans by a 4-2 score here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium on Friday night. This final post-game show brought to you by our friends at Findlay Chevrolet. 4-2 final featured 4 runs on 8 hits for the Rebels, a clean defensive game with no errors. Michigan State in the losing line scored 2 runs, 8 hits, 3 misplays defensively that cost them at least 3 of those 4 runs that the Rebels were able to plate. Josh Ibarra gets the win in his first outing in a UNLV uniform. The Cal Irvine transfer 1-0 on the year after throwing 5 innings, gave up 1 run on 5 hits. He walked 3, struck out 4, moves to 1-0 on the year. The save to Hayden Neerman, who got himself in and then out of danger in the 9th. Final line on Neerman in the save. 1 in the 3rd innings. He gave up 1 run on 2 hits in the 9th inning. Didn't walk a batter and struck out 1. Nick Rupp, sandwiched between them, gets a no decision, but Rupp was excellent today. He was efficient over 2 2/3 innings. Didn't give up a run on 1 hit with 4 strikeouts over a 5-batter span at one point. Zach Iverson started for Michigan State. He gets a no decision after giving up 1 run on 4 hits over 4 innings. He did strike out 7. Usurping his total of last year's 6 strikeouts. It was Wyatt Rush taking the defeat to move to 0-1. 3 unearned runs in his only inning of work in the 5th. He gave up 3 hits and walked a batter. Didn't strike anybody out over 28 pitches. Again, Wyatt Rush, the loser. Josh Ibarra with his first win of the year over 5 innings. And Hayden Neerman, a multi-inning save. 1 save in 1 try. The Rebels move to 1-0. Back at it tomorrow. It'll be a doubleheader, the only scheduled twin bill of the season. 2 9-inning games starting right here at 1 p.m. Pacific time. It'll be Noah Beal versus Nick Powers, the pitching matchup in Game 1. A battle of freshmen in Game 2 with Nolan George getting the start for UNLV. Again, the Rebels 4-2 winners here on opening night. We'll be back at it again tomorrow right here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium as the Rebels start off the year with a bang, including a 3-run 5th and a hot start in the bottom of the 1st inning. For Devin Keenum and everyone else here at UNLV, I'm Matt Neverett saying thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow afternoon for 2 9-inning games.